Do I? Oh, Tamri, shooby-doo, fast travel through my heart. I booted up my PC back in 2006. Met a guy named Martin, man, his chin could break bricks. Dedrick gates were open and I saved Kvatch that night. But these days, Todd Howard can't script a game right. I miss the wacky guards yelling, "Stop, you violated the law." And mud crabs with tude like they're flexing their claw. I'd stroll through the shivering aisles, high on skooma and dreams. Now Starfield's got me mining space rocks and jeans. Back to the oblivion, baby, where the quests were weird and gravy. From Shiogarat's cheese to Lucian's ghost, it had more charm than Todd could ever post. Yes, Starfield's big, but it's dull and gray. I'd rather close an oblivion gate today. Now listen here, Todd, you silver-tongued crooner. You sold me lies smoother than a Khajiit moon sugar dealer. You see that planet? You can go there. Yeah, I went, it sucked, it's just a rock and despair. I want my persuasion wheel, my glitchy horse on a roof. I want that beggar with 6 voices telling me the truth. Make the liar had more insight and flair than all your procedurally generated air. Back to the oblivion, baby, where the gates were hot and the jokes weren't lazy. Yeah, Skyrim was fine and the mods were neat, but Oblivion's heart had a weirder beat. So Todd, my boy, if you're hearing this song, bring back the weird and don't take so long. Doo-wop, Daedric pop, Martin Septim never dropped, but Starfield made me stop playing. Oh, Todd, please stop.
Well, I think there's still one option.
Time to play the game.
So you wanna make a Lego game using some big property, but you've already did Star Wars, Indiana Jones, and Lord of the Rings.
I'm
Well, I think
vibing.
there's still one option that you've yet to explore. It's the series about a girl and her robotic dinosaurs. Now I know what you're all thinking, hey, isn't this a bit of a stretch? Horizon's fan base has been shrinking. It might be pretty, but there's always a catch. I've only met one person in my whole damn life who had an insatiable Horizon appetite. Everybody else doesn't care that much, but Herman Hulse doesn't really give a fuck. So here you go, world, it's Horizon again. If you got money, it's time to spend. It's got multiplayer, find a friend. Ooh, open up your mouth, girl, let me pour some Horizon in. It's sweet like honey, so give us all your money. Oh wait, oh fuck, no one's buying the game. I thought Horizon was as cool as Star Wars. I guess it turns out it's just kinda lame. Ooh, holy crap, oh no, why doesn't anybody care? Horizon is just as cool as all those other Lego games. Even though the evidence makes it seem like it's irrelevant, Lego Horizon flopped. I'm not sure why they bothered trying. Ooh, all of its fans must have been lying. Lego Horizon flopped, Horizon. Guess Sony is gonna have to try again. Skeep-a-doop-bop-boop, beep-a-deep-a-doo-da, robo-dino skip-bop, skip-bop, beep-a-deep-a-deep-a-boo-bop, going till the doo-dop, beep-bop-a-noo-ta. Horizon should never had a Lego game. Whoever greenlit that must have been fucking insane. Lego Horizon flopped. I'm not sure why they bothered trying. All of its fans must have been lying. Lego Horizon flopped. Horizon. Guess Sony is gonna have to try again. Sorry Herman Hulst. Guess he didn't make a new Star Wars after all. Sorry Herman Hulst. Just another day of ya dropping the ball.
Good morning, everybody. Welcome. Glad to have you. Ready to rock and roll, vibing as always. I'm here, ready to rock and roll with you. I'm glad to be here. Congrats on your debut appearance on Charlie's stream. Oh, like Moist stream? Moist Critical stream? When did I appear on his stream? And was it for good reasons? Or was it bad? Feel like we gotta check. Oh, God. How's that Ubisoft stock? Oh, I told you guys, I don't carry any gaming stock. I have made a good chunk of change this year on Archer Aviation, actually. That's been my bread and butter, not financial advice, of course. But yeah, Archer Aviation has been very good to me. You play it right. Yeah, you can do a good time. Yeah, or have a good time. Gaming's quite volatile this time. Well, I mean, gaming is a weird thing because it's an entertainment business and it's a tech business. And entertainment is already very unstable. So a lot of investors don't mess with entertainment stocks, period, because it's so risky. And the same thing is true for tech stocks. Tech stocks are super volatile. And so you combine them and you get monstrosities like video game stocks. And it's just... that's just how it is. That's just how it is. What does Archer do? Archer makes these vertical takeoff and launch vehicles. These things. If you've played Microsoft Flight Simulator, they're in that game. These things. They make these, and they are they're partnering all over the world to have these in like major metropolitan areas. So you can take off like in the outskirts of New York City and go straight to the airport to hop on your bigger flight to like, California. But if you were to drive through the city, it would take you 2 hours of driving. Whereas this thing can get you from a central like helipad in Staten Island to Newark Airport in like 5 minutes. So they've actually just announced a partnership with Los Angeles for the 2028 Olympics. So these things are going to be used there. I think it's Abu Dhabi. They have a big partnership going on. So it's a very early stock. It's not something that's like robust. It is like they technically have not made $1, technically. But it's an up and coming thing. A lot of people think that this is going to be a pretty big business as time goes on because it can basically eliminate traffic needs. And the cost of a ticket on something like this, they're thinking they can get it down to as little as like $25 to $50 a person. So imagine if you had the opportunity to like, you can either drive 2 hours to the airport or you could get there in 5 to 10 minutes for an extra $50, Are they electric? Yeah. Yeah. The other big one is Joby. Joby is also another up and comer, like similar business. So it's Joby and Archer are the two big competitors. But yeah, I've made good money on this.
£9.99 through Super Chat.
Thank you.
Have you seen Bungie have a Destiny lawsuit they can't defend because the old game files don't work with the current version of the game?
Yeah, and then they tried to enter in like, I think it was YouTube videos as evidence in court, and the judge was like, no. Because they wanted videos of like the gameplay or of something from way back when, but the judge was like, no, I'm not going to allow that. It's tough. It's tough. You know, in real estate, when I worked in real estate, we had to keep files and like all paperwork, all emails, everything related to a deal for 7 years after it was done. But after that, it was kind of like, okay, yeah, you can clear it out. If there was going to be a dispute, it would have happened. So you move on. But in like these types of lawsuits, it can go back even further than that. It's just crazy. Bungie's beyond saving at this point. Oh, we're going to talk about Bungie because there's so much. And I also think that some of the stuff we saw with how Bungie leadership handled this whole thing or has been handling it has really revealed something kind of pathetic. Do I have that? I don't think I have it bookmarked. Just the whole thing is the leadership at Bungie is the problem, and it has been for a very long time. And the way they're reacting to this and handling it is further evidence of that kind of disconnect and problem they have. But anyway, it's ridiculous that a company like Bungie doesn't have that version control. That's kind of what I'm thinking. Like most companies have backups upon backups upon backups upon backups. Like it's just par for the course at this point, but I guess not. Bungie's cord has been broken. Now they're in free fall. That's clever. That's a good pun. Yeah. It was a third-party random YouTube videos. Yeah, I'm not familiar enough with the case to know what they were trying to pull up. Like, if it was something like, no, it looked like this when we launched it in the game, and then they're just pulling up gameplay footage, I would say that's fair, because it's not like that random YouTuber is going to fake footage 15 years ago to help them in a lawsuit today. But if it was something more specific and they were trying to just use random YouTube videos, that's weird. I just don't know specifics on it. Let's see. I saw people use similar smaller vehicles for transporting organs for transplants. Oh, geez. Well, there you go. Yeah, it's these things I think would be cool. They'll always be bougie. Don't get me wrong. Like many people will not use these. They'll just be like, no, that's stupid. I'm just gonna go and like drive the hour or two. But when you factor in like cost of parking the car for a long period of time, it starts to make more sense. But let's be honest, if they're saying it's going to be like $50 a ticket, that probably means it's going to be like $200 a ticket. And it starts to look like a much more premium thing. But their goal is to eventually basically just have like a swarm of these things running around that can basically eliminate traffic. So it's similar to like the premium helicopter market, but way more flexible. That's at least the idea. Why not just build trains to airports? Because trains require you to exercise eminent domain and take a lot of real estate from people, which in some of these areas is not. It's easier said than done to just like run a train through a neighborhood, you know. And, you know, if you're in the US, you know all too well how inefficient we are when it comes to projects like this. Like there's a Colorado rail. I forget what they call it. Is it passenger rail project? I think. Yeah, the Front Range Passenger Trail is a proposed track between like Wyoming and Colorado Springs. It could all like go all the way down to New Mexico and stuff. It's just a single like straight shot train that they've been talking about since this 1998. 1971 was when Amtrak came in. The last time this track was served was in 1997. Yeah, in 1997, 1998 is when they started really pushing for it, and we still have nothing. Okay, so like the US is just not good at building those types of things. Okay, so, which is why they're kind of like, hey, if we have trouble dealing with a highly regulated business and industry right now, what if we just create a new one with like a new industry we can regulate from scratch? And for a lot of people, or for a lot of these businesses, that's way easier. Like it's very difficult to just go through all the hoops of dealing with regulations and approvals and environmental studies and all this to build a train. So they're just like, what if we just made a new industry and had that regulated from scratch? Do that from the beginning. Private companies have started doing it, like Bright Rail in Florida. Yeah, well, I think it was back in the day. I don't remember if it was confirmed, if it was him or not, but I think it was Elon Musk. Like, it was something like 6-7 years ago, like a while ago. He was like, what if I just funded it? And we just got the ball rolling on like interstate rails, high-speed rails. And they were like, no. It's just like a private company could do it, but they would need partnership with the government because they probably have to run it alongside the highway, and they just can't justify it. Like, they just can't do it. So it's just stupid. It would save so much time, so much money, so many lives on the highway with all the traffic accidents and stuff. It would be an amazing thing to have an interstate railway cutting north to south through the U.S., but we just don't. It's really too bad. Connect major cities at least. Yeah, it's also like, let's see. It's also one thing when people are like, well, you should just do it. We have that in Belgium, or we have that in Germany, or we have that in the UK or whatever. I think people can often forget how freaking gigantic the US is. You know, like, this is the entirety of the UK, and that's Colorado. And I think a lot of people, like, when I used to work with Cammie, who lived in the UK, she was like, I don't know, I always just imagined that, like, America's big, yeah, but she always thought that it was kind of like maybe most of the East Coast would be roughly comparable. But it's like, no, dude, it's huge. The US is massive. And, you know, there's periods where you'll drive for hours and hours and hours and see nothing. Just see nothing, you know? They used to have it in the UK, then Bungie stole it. Oh my God. The UK is the size of Michigan. Yeah. Similar climate, I think, too. At least in the northern parts, you know, roughly comparable. But anyway. Yeah, it's, we'll see. We'll see what happens there. This was also funny. Let me show you this. This was funny. Found some footage in a folder labeled Verso. So the devs of Expedition 33 found this after a motion capture session. Maxence Cazorla, who is the performance capture director and Esquier in Expedition 33, did the motion capture for Verso here. And so they finished the take, turned slowly. Yeah, we finished the take. It makes me wonder, like, if you were to move the camera angles and see what's going on off screen, if they ever leave some of this stuff in cutscenes, but it's just behind the camera so you can't see it. Because, yeah, the voice actors finish a take and they dance a little bit. Normally they just cut it off, but not in that case. Let's see, where was this interview? Here. I don't actually know if CNBC is going to copyright strike something if we watch it. I don't actually know. I guess there's only one way to find out. I guess there's only one way to find out. Because Strauss Zelnick actually went on and talked about GTA 6 as well. Oh, I should also mention this, by the way, because this is also kind of crazy. Sort of breaking news. Also, Sully, thank you for the 10. Have you seen Bungie have a Destiny? Oh, I read that one earlier. Yes, we did see that. I don't know enough about it, though. I'm sure we'll do a deep dive. And, you know, they just really can't catch a break at this point. It's kind of insane. Chanster, thank you also for the Prime over on Twitch. 9 months. Ooh, baby. Luke, have you looked at the latest rumors surrounding Red Dead Redemption 2 Next Gen patch and a Switch 2 version on stream? Insider Gaming had an article from a few days ago. I did see that. I did at some point have it pulled up, and I guess I closed it. But yes, I did see that. And it makes sense. I mean, the Switch 1 was really good at playing previous generation games, so like 360, PS3 games. And then this Switch seems like it's going to be pretty good at running last gen games, so PS4, Xbox One games. And so it makes sense if they could get it running on the Switch. I think that's easy money for them, you know? Easy clap, especially if it looks good. Like everybody I've talked to, even Jor got to try the Switch 2 at some press event thing. Or maybe it was like the demo thing they do at certain cities, but he got to try it and he said that the Cyberpunk gameplay on the Switch 2 was actually really impressive. He's like, it looked pretty good. So maybe Switch or Red Dead 2 could look really good. Like, it's not going to appeal to people that have ROG Allies or Steam Decks for that reason. Like, you can already play that game on the go in that way. But there's a lot of people who literally have no idea what a Steam Deck is. You say ROG Ally and they're like, Gesundheit. Like, there's some people that just are so not in tune with like the PC handheld side of things that they're only going to pay attention to the Switch version, you know? Connor, the keyboard is a Keychron, so Keychron Q, as in Quasar 6. They both technically are. I just accidentally ordered the European, I think, layout, the ISO or I don't remember what the acronym is, but the European alternative layout with this keyboard. And I was like, oh, let me just return it and order the one with the proper layout. But they told me in order to return this keyboard, I would have to ship it and pay for the postage myself back to the factory in China, which would be about as much as the keyboard. So at some point I was like, okay, so it's going to cost me a lot of money to send it back. Okay, well, I guess I'm keeping it. I guess I just have two keyboards now. One for the streaming PC, one for the gaming. Oh, well. Oh, well. Are you currently on the RTX 50 series? If so, what's the feedback? I am not. I'm still rocking 40 series. I don't see much reason to go to the 50 unless you can use multi-frame generation. And I can't with my capture setup. So it just doesn't work. I have problems with screen tearing when I try to do that. Oh yeah, the Last Sentinel thing. I did pull up the Last Sentinel video. They have a multi-episode thing, which I have right here, but they only have episode 1 out so far. And so what I'm thinking we do is, like, because what I like to do is I like to do like the big deep dives into games. So what I think we'll do is we'll check out when they have like 2 or 3 episodes and we can go through like much more detail. Because based off of like the first episode that they did, which is only like 7 minutes long, I just clicked on it, 7:39. I'm just not sure if there's enough to sink our teeth into, you know? So I think GameWire News we'll check it out. I just want to make sure when we do, we have the time to like really figure out a lot. Talk about it a lot. Burn Bread, thank you for the membership. Let's go, baby. Damn right. Kez YouTube, thank you also for the membership. Fun for Life, thank you for the 2 as well. Thank you guys. Thank you. Thank you. Okay. Let me show you something. News segment. Bruh. I've been a sneaky boy. Yes, that's how I'm starting this segment. I've been a sneaky boy. I told you guys that I have like multiple personalities, okay? It goes back to when I was working in real estate. In order to find like good listings, we would sign up for other brokers like listing alerts, and they didn't like to send emails to other brokers about the deals that they had, what they were pricing them at and things like that. So we would create secondary emails pretending to be somebody else in order to get on their email list. It's like a little sneaky. There's nothing technically wrong with it. It's just you pretend to be Wadsworth Majinski and all of a sudden you get on their email list and you can see what like what they're up to, which is always kind of fun. And I did a similar thing with Warner Brothers Games job postings, where you get emails for job postings that they have. Like, they probably don't want some YouTuber on the email list, but what are you going to do? What are you going to do? I want to know what jobs you're hiring for, and I want emails about it. So I signed up for their email lists under like a secondary email, and I have it forwarded, and I've been keeping an eye on it because they are hiring a lot. And specifically, I've been looking at job postings from Avalanche, which is the studio behind Hogwarts Legacy. Okay. Of course, they're working very hard on Hogwarts Legacy. They're putting a lot of effort in. And I found something. Something sneaky. Something suspicious. I kid you not. Warner Brothers Games is hiring positions for an online multiplayer RPG. Specifically, if you click on the job posting, you can see they are describing it as a job at Avalanche, Warner Brothers Games studio located in downtown Salt Lake City. This is the studio working on the sequel to Hogwarts Legacy. They are also hiring this position in San Francisco, allegedly a support studio for Hogwarts Legacy 2. What is this job? A lead designer on game systems for our online multiplayer RPG. You'll spearhead the design and implementation of numerous gameplay loop systems that tie together the player experience at a metagame level. You will collaborate closely with the game and design directors to oversee and implement the strategic integration of player progression, in-game economies, social systems, and game mechanics, ensuring that these systems create an engaging, cohesive, and rewarding player journey. In this role, you're going to lead the development of core gameplay loops, meta systems, player progression, skill trees, crafting, in-game economies, and mission systems. Define the balance, meta-level features that enhance long-term player engagement, retention, and monetization strategies. Create, prototype, and iterate innovative gameplay features that harmonize across various in-game systems. Blah-de-blue-de-blah blah. And then like typical things like define and document the vision for systems features. I mean, pretty standard stuff. Qualifications, they are looking for 7 years of experience in game design, with at least 3 to 5 years leading or owning major online multiplayer gameplay systems, and proved experience designing, balancing complex things, multiple in-game layers, of course, Unreal Engine 5, cross-functional teams, all of that. What else are they hiring for? Well, it's not just this. It is also they're leading or hiring for lead designers on gameplay. Also at these 2 locations for their online multiplayer RPG. Now, somebody did tell me, Luke, baby, this is probably just a typo. What a lot of these companies do is that they copy one job listing and they paste it somewhere else. And this is something that's actually happened just like the other day. Timur posted on X, Arcane Leon is hiring a dev tester for Marvel's Blade, and the preferred skills list experience with the creation kit and modding community. What? Right here. Why would they need experience with that? Well, it turns out this was an accident where they copy and pasted it. Bethesda's support actually responded. Shocking, I know. They can barely respond to actual like in-game problems, but there you go. Thanks for bringing the error to our attention. It's not related to this role, and we're removing the listing. So that can happen sometimes. But in this case, they have multiple job listings, and they specifically get multiple times in the listing. The first line of it is online multiplayer RPG. It is in the header for the job listing. And then they describe how you're going to do it in ways that can bolster monetization strategies, long-term player engagement, and retention. All of this. Like, this is not a typo, is all I'm saying. Okay. Now, here's the thing. Because immediately I know people see this and they're like, oh God, it's over. It's all over. But here's the thing. There's a couple of possibilities. Number one is that this is for a second project, that this is like a spin-off team that they're hiring for, that they're bringing people in for. And this is a secondary project that's been greenlit specifically by Warner Brothers executives because they want to get a little piece of that live service pie. And they think doing it in the context of likely a Harry Potter MMORPG, that could work. So that's possible. It's a spin-off project. Counter argument is that we don't know of anything else being made at Avalanche. We do know they're working on a sequel to Hogwarts Legacy. So a new game would be surprising and probably pretty early. And it's like, I don't know, hiring gameplay designers, world designers is not one of the first things you do. Like if they're in pre-production, they wouldn't be hiring these roles in 2 different locations. Okay. So it could be a secondary spin-off project that's brand new and it's going to be separate to Hogwarts Legacy 2. I would guess probably not. The other, option is that this is for Hogwarts Legacy 2, and it's possible that Hogwarts Legacy 2 has like a sort of GTA setup or a Red Dead setup in terms of online with the single player. They have a single player mode and story, and then they have a like an online version of the game you can load into that shares a map but has different like core gameplay loops and systems and stuff. Could be something like that, or Hogwarts Legacy 2 has just been like evolved into sort of an MMO or co-op RPG or something like that. Either way, does any of this, like, what do we take away from it? Well, for one, it reaffirms what we've heard from Warner Brothers executives, which is that they want to make more of their IP into bigger live service projects. They've talked about this to investors publicly, very openly, and they seem to be doubling down on it. So it goes in line with what we would expect, okay, from what they've said publicly. The other thing that's important to note, I guess, is that this does not necessarily mean that this is bad, okay? I do think there is a version of like an open world MMORPG in the world of Harry Potter that could work. A lot of people were hoping that Hogwarts Legacy would be that. People forget, but one of the most commonly searched questions with regard to Hogwarts Legacy when it launched was whether it was co-op, because people wanted to play it with their friends, wanted to go to classes together and stuff. And I do think that there is a world in which you could have an MMO in the world of Harry Potter where you can play with your friends. And I think it could work. The odds of it working are not super high because, it's not, shocker, it's not easy to make a successful MMO RPG. But there is a version of that game I think that could work. But the reason why I think this is notable is because, in my view, in my humble opinion, one of the reasons Hogwarts Legacy stood out so well back in 2023 was because it was so unlike everything else Warner Brothers was putting out. It was so unlike what a lot of other companies were putting out. It was just a pretty solid open world single player game that wasn't trying to nickel and dime you every step of the way. It was overflowing with content. And while it wasn't a masterpiece, in my opinion, I thought it was a really solid game for the price point, and I thought they did a really good job with it. This just worries me that they are now going to be like, okay, so we've got the audience, they're interested, okay, let's milk them dry. That's my concern, especially when I see in job listings for lead designers. Again, this is game systems, so I guess it makes sense that you have monetization strategies. A game systems designer would need to be involved with, like, are there cosmetics? Okay, how do the cosmetics work? Are we gonna like sell some? Okay, well now we need to plan for that, design around it. So it could be something as minimal as like skins or skin packs in this game, which I don't think is a big deal. That I don't think skins make or break games necessarily, unless the game or unless the skins available in the game without buying anything for real money suck ass, which has certainly happened before, where the in-game skins suck, but the ones you can buy are good. Everything else sucks though. But if we look at like the lead designer for the world or gameplay, come on, the gameplay bits here, you can see that they talk about work with product managers, player behavior insights, make sure gameplay is balanced, fair, well harmonized with game activities and progression systems. Yeah, flowcharts, user stories. This is all pretty standard. Nothing here is that shocking. But this, again, is related to the online multiplayer RPG, once more. So I'm not sure what to make of this. It could be that they've just pivoted Hogwarts Legacy 2 into like a multiplayer MMO. That could be it. It could be a spin-off project. It could be a separate mode for this game. We don't know. But what does seem to be the case, and I would bet good money on, is that there is a massive online multiplayer, likely Harry Potter game, in the works over at Warner Brothers Avalanche. And for some people, they will rejoice, you know, and I'm going to keep an open mind with it, of course, because like I said, I think there is a version of an online multiplayer game in the world of Harry Potter that could be very successful and could work really, really well. But we'll have to wait till we see it because that's the big thing. Is it's all, you know, easier said than done when you're just talking about it, but it's how it's executed, and it's also how much they're being pushed, because this doesn't seem like the kind of thing that the game designers are doing necessarily because they think it's what makes sense in the follow-up to Hogwarts Legacy 2, but rather in the context of everything else we've heard from Warner Brothers executives, where they're like, we have a ton of amazing IP, which is true. I mean, they own Batman. They have access to Lord of the Rings. I mean, they have so many massive IP that they could use. And in the context of video games right now, they're basically using nothing, like none of it. It's all just a waste, total waste. So it's true they have a lot of very successful IP, big IP that they could utilize much more effectively than they are right now. But it's all about execution. You know, it's all about execution. And I think this brings us back to the what we've talked about a lot on these channels, is that it's not just live service that's like a dirty word and why people freak out. It's because of more what live service represents. This generation, we've seen so much talent, time, and money squandered at the altar of live service games. It's been really depressing to watch, where it's just hundreds, or even in the case of Bungie, billions of dollars that are burned for games that nobody really wanted, nobody's really interested in, that often aren't finished, aren't done, and are clearly being made because like the executives are chasing live service dollars. And it wastes time and money and resources that could have been spent in more, I think, effective and enjoyable areas. You know, it's really, really frustrating to see basically half of an entire generation feature far less games than it normally would from first party devs, because they're spending so much time and money making live service slop that nobody wants. And it's possible, you know, every once in a while you get a live service game that's actually really good and you're like, oh, this is awesome. I'm glad to have this. This is not live service slop. This is live service charcuterie. You know, this is good. I like this. But those are rare, unfortunately. You know, they're kind of the exception to the rule. And the rule this generation has been that live service stuff tends to be soulless, lifeless, and sucky, I think is the technical term. So we'll keep an eye on it. You know, I'm sure when they reveal it, it's going to be very interesting to see that, you know, they're going in this direction, because I think a lot of people are not in tune to that. But I do think they need to do something bigger and exciting for the follow-up to Hogwarts Legacy, because for a lot of people, Hogwarts Legacy represented the first chance that they could really go and explore the castle and kind of live out that fantasy from when they were kids as a student. And they got that. And now I don't think a sequel that just like adds on Diagon Alley, I don't think that actually hits the same way. I think that it sells well, but I don't think it sells 23 million copies. So I think they needed something bigger and more exciting to throw on here. And this could be it. This could be it. Maybe. I mean, I could see if it's a really good MMORPG in the world of Harry Potter where you play as like a student and the long-term progression is tied to you leveling up. And then after a certain point, like the end game is you graduating and then you can work with the ministry and you can go after, I don't know, Death Eaters or whatever. Like there's a way to make that game work in a way that's really fun. And I could see enjoying it. But we just have to see. And we don't know. But we should find out soon enough. Because they released Hogwarts Legacy in 2023. They work for 3-4 years. I mean, we might see the first trailer like maybe later next year. It's potentially about right there. Yeah. So we'll keep an eye on it, fam. We'll keep an eye on it. And I will stay subscribed to the job listings. The reason I was subbed to this is because I suspected that eventually a job listing like this would pop. And sure enough, it has happened. So I'll keep subbed because I'm also subbed to some other, allegedly, some other company job listing services. So I'll let you know if I find anything else. Sneaky boy Luke is on the case. Don't worry. Don't you worry. Guess I'm going to be a dad. Hold on. Now I have to pull up that meme. Hold on. Oh, it was under memes, of course. Duh. Yeah, if you've not joined our Discord and you're a member or sub, you've got to do it. Okay, who turned... Okay, it's not that. Okay. Jesus, some of these are insane. I want to know specific... Oh, yeah. Hold on, where's Ellie? There it is. Guess I'm gonna be a dad. I guess I'm gonna be a dad. Guess I'm gonna be a dad now. Oh, I love that one so much. That's such a good one. Okay, let me catch up real quick. It's such a good edit, dude. Like it works. Like there is some person out there who looks exactly like this. And yeah, I don't know what it is, man. It's just there's something about it. Something about it. It fits too well. Exactly. And well, it's a very good edit too. They got the shading right. They got the smirk. Like it's a very, very good edit. Whoever did this. I posted it. It's from Shibatoshi Nakamoto, Billy M2K. I don't know if they're the one that did it, but whoever did this it's very good. It's too good, frankly. It's too good. Okay. Let me catch up on these real quick. I can't be trusted with it. Okay. Let's see. I read that one. Okay. Fun for life. What do we think of Wolverine? It's been 4 years. Probably next year, I think is the consensus. Is probably next year. Because this year, I don't think there's time because we have Ghost of Yotei and allegedly a God of War spinoff game. So I don't think there's time for it this year. But next year, I think in the fall, there should be a spot. Because next spring, I think we probably get the Horizon multiplayer game. But yeah, we probably see that next year. And that kind of lines up to maybe get Heretic Prophet maybe early 2027. I think that's a solid bit. I've accepted that it's not coming out. I've heard people say that, King Boo, where people are like, I don't know, there were all those leaks, and so they're just going to cancel it now. I don't see the connection, like why you would need to do that. For online games, the argument with that is that sometimes people are like, well, you need to cancel it because the source code leaked, and so now there's like security vulnerabilities and stuff. And I could see that making more sense. Even still, I'd be like, can't you just like hire a team, build up some new security protocols and stuff? Like there's probably a way around that. But just because like there was some early gameplay that leaked of Wolverine, I don't understand why we'd have to scrap the whole thing. Like I just don't understand that. Let's see. But yeah, we should see it soon. Jinx, thank you for the 5. These execs literally have a gambling addiction, willing to squander safe, reliable income for a tiny chance of winning the live service lottery. Exactly, Jinx. We did like a whole TikTok on it where I was like, it's kind of amazing that these companies make billions off of like capitalizing on people's gambling addictions with gotcha mechanics and stuff. And they make tons of money through, capitalizing on those gambling predilections. And then they end up losing and hemorrhaging billions themselves, gambling on games that will be able to do that very thing. And it's kind of poetic when you think about it, Oh, how the turntables, exactly, Wheel of Time, yeah. Oh, how the turntables. I think it's poetic. I think it's beautiful. You watch all your TikToks? I'll be transparent. Not every single one. Trevor cuts them together. He does a really good job of them. But yeah, I largely keep my hands off of it. I don't want to step on his toes, because I, much like the next guy we're about to talk about, believe that when you have talented people working with you, let them be talented. Don't step on their toes. Don't step on their toes, for goodness sake. Because Strauss Zelnick went on MSNBC, or sorry, CNBC. I don't know what the letters mean. It's like Network Broadcasting Corporation, but what does the C mean? Or National Broadcasting?
Bender the Offender donated $20 through Super Chat. Marathon is doomed regardless of whether it gets a 1-year delay or not, solely for the fact that GTA 6 releases next year, and by the time Marathon releases, other more popular releases will overshadow it.
Yeah, Bender, I don't think you're wrong. We'll talk about Marathon more in a few minutes, because there's a lot to talk about. But after taking the weekend, like, I cannot in my mind's eye see an outcome for Marathon that's like happy, other than them delaying the crap out of it and coming back with like solo queue. Like the one thing people like the gaming public loves more than a dumpster fire is when a game overcomes the dumpster fire and ends up being fantastic. Like, people love that. Like, No Man's Sky is the prime example of that. Starts as an absolute dumpster fire and ends up becoming like I guess an example. There's a specific word I'm looking for. I can't remember. Cyberpunk. Yeah. Even Siege to a certain extent. Exactly. Like a Fallout 76 also. People love seeing that comeback and rooting for the underdog when they come back and actually prove that they are deserving of it. And so there is a way where Marathon could find success if they came back with so much having been improved, with so many, Poster Child, I think is what I was looking for. Thank you, Mr. Mode. If they came back and they had solo queues, if they had more maps, if they had like more world events, if they had sort of a Helldivers 2-esque meta narrative going on, if they came back with a ton of stuff, ranked modes, everything, and they said, listen, give us a chance, I think at that point there's at least a chance. But if they just end up shoving it out the door and being like, yeah, we'll improve it over time, that doesn't work. And I think that was the strategy, was launch it and we'll add ranked, we'll add the fourth map, we'll do all of that after. And I don't think that works. Yeah. And I don't know, like, again, we'll talk about it in a few minutes, but they were supposed to have a whole marketing push in June. They've canceled the entire thing because they have to scrub all of the gameplay and all of the assets free of those decals and textures and everything they took from that artist. And so I don't even know if it's like how much different is it going to look? Different at all? Like, I don't even know. But yeah, at this point, the odds of that being successful.
Matt Harris donated $10 through Super Chat. Luke, I've been hearing GTA 6 SOT mode has been finished since Jan. What do you think?
I mean, I'd be interested in hearing where you heard that. My understanding is it's not gone gold yet. Typically going gold just means that your content complete. So my guess is it's not, because if they wanted to brag about it, they could. But yeah, I mean, they're polishing it up. It's if they tell Strauss we need another year or we need 6 months more, then he's going to give it to them. Like that's the thing. Rockstar, they know what they're doing. If they tell you we need 6 months, you listen and you say yes. Yes, my precious. And it seems that's what they're doing. Couldn't they reach a deal with the artist to use their assets? Maybe, potentially. But even then, like, the problem with a lot of this is that they open themselves up to lawsuits and stuff. And it's just my advice to the artist, who I'm sure has been getting flooded with advice from people that think they know better. But my advice has just been, get a lawyer. Do not talk to them. Do not settle anything. Get a lawyer. Have the lawyer represent you. My guess is the lawyer will tell you to say nothing and stay quiet until they launch the game. The problem right now, if you try to file a lawsuit today, is that there's no damages. You can't point to Marathon's launch and say they made $100 million with my art. Right now, they haven't made a penny. So they can say, well, we didn't really do any harm. We didn't profit off of their art because we canceled the game, or we didn't ever launch. So until they launch it, there's that questionable thing. You can have punitive damages. You can have stuff like that. But if they launch it and they pocket like $200 million or something, then you have an easier time of filing a lawsuit. I think the problem with them for them right now is that there's at least an argument to be made that a lot of the art was inspired directly by this artist's work. And I don't think they can scrub it. I mean, I don't think you can scrub it like that. But they probably lost money over the art. Well, now, yeah. At this point, sure. But like that, they only are losing it because they got caught is the argument that would basically be made in court. It's like they were going to profit a lot off of it until they got caught. Now they're very sorry. So the artist messed up their bag with the X post? No, not necessarily. The only way you really potentially screw up that, like, get in the bag is if, like, she were to make a deal with Bungie. That's where you run into trouble, is if you make the deal and you say, yeah, I'll take 50. I'll take 50 grand. Sure. I just want to move on. I'm telling her she can get a lot more than 50 grand. You can get a lot more than 50 grand. You get a lot more than 50 grand. Tell you what, don't make a deal. Get a lawyer. The lawyer will tell you what a good deal is because the lawyer's going to get a little cut. And if the lawyer thinks he can get $1 million, $2 million and royalties, like the lawyer will push for you. Okay. Like the lawyer will push for you. Okay. But yeah, now we have to talk about businessmen in suits. Let's see. I read that one. Luke, thoughts on Marvel 1943 getting delayed? Thing for the chew. I saw that. Honestly, not that surprised. Jor was saying he feels like Mafia might end up being like a 6-hour game, 7-hour game. I'd be surprised if it's that short. I'm guessing like 10 to 12 probably for that being $50, but time will tell. But Marvel 1943, I bet a lot of money that game's like 4 hours long, 3-4 hours long, mostly cutscenes. That's what I'm saying. That Marvel 1943, it was supposed to release later this year, and there was still no gameplay or anything that we've seen. I think it's basically just an interactive movie, which doesn't mean that it's bad, but I think that they need to be more clear about it. Like, it's going to be a visual showcase, a feast for the eyes or whatever. But yeah, I don't think that thing's longer than... I don't think that thing's longer than like 5 hours. But we'll see. I feel like it's going to be another Avengers situation. Not Avengers, maybe Order 1886. That's what I think it is. I think it's going to be like, it's gorgeous, but it's so freaking short and it ends on a cliffhanger that doesn't go anywhere. I think that's mainly what it's going to be. So, like the recent Hellblade. Yeah, Hellblade 2. It's going to be something like that, would be my guess. Okay, let's do this real quick. New segment. Strauss Zelnick has gone on CNBC to talk about GTA 6. I don't know why I'm talking. I don't know why I'm talking about that. When we were at Disney World, I went to the beer garden. And I know it's beer garden. And all I wanted to do is beer garden. I don't know why. It just came out of me. It's like, oh yes, I love the schnitzel. And I was like, wait, who am I? I'm not. I guess technically part of my family is German. So maybe that's it. It's in my bones. Maybe that's what it is. I don't know. That's good. Yeah, you know what it also is? That's good. GTA 6. Strauss Zelnick went on CNBC and talked about the delay, because this is one thing to remember, is that GTA 6 represents a multi-billion-dollar investment and a multi-billion dollars in revenue for the company. And so naturally, Take-Two, having a delay announced, is going to cause some investors to sit up and go, what's going on? What's happening? You know, what's going on? So Strauss went on to CNBC to talk about it and offer his thoughts. Let's see what he said, because there's actually a couple of interesting little nuggets in here that kind of slip out.
Slipping after the video game maker reported its fourth quarter results after the bell. The company issued weaker than expected guidance for the full year bookings, but stock, we mentioned, it's up 60% year on year. Joining us right now to break down.
Jesus. It's up. Hold on. Did he say 60 or 16? Which was it? Okay, this says it's up 27 year to date, 55% year over year. Damn. That's crazy, dude. That's crazy. That's wild. Okay. Well played, Take-Two. Do they pay dividends? I don't actually know. Do they pay dividends? No, they don't. Okay. This is why, like, I don't. It's one of the reasons why I don't invest in game stocks, because I love the games industry. I love gaming. Game companies, there's better places to put your money. I'm just saying. Okay, I'm just saying.
On the numbers and what is going on. We'll also talk about Grand Theft Auto, as you might imagine. Strauss Zelnick is here, Take-Two chairman and CEO. What is going on? Where are we here?
Listen, we just reported a great year, pretty much firing across the entire range of the company. So Rockstar reported a better quarter for Red Dead Redemption and Grand Theft Auto Online. 2K had terrific releases with Civ 7. NBA is up year over year, sold in almost 10 million units. And Zynga has multiple hits in market, which is tough to do in the mobile space.
But everybody's focused.
Yeah, Zynga makes bazinga money. I'll tell you what.
Focused on Grand Theft Auto 6, right? Like that is the.
Is that a but? That seems like an and.
But the fact that your shares could be up 60% with the release delay of that by another 6 months.
That's what I was going to ask. Let's talk about the delay, because people just want to understand what's happening there.
Yeah, I want to understand.
Well, it's pretty short delay. It's less than 6 months.
This is the first little nugget. A little something. It was delayed to the end of May. He said less than 6 months. That kind of suggests they were targeting like late December. Which nobody was expecting. Everybody was like, yeah, October. But they might have, according to this, he said less than 6 months, and it was delayed to the end of May. So that would suggest that they were targeting like a Christmas launch for GTA 6, which I don't think there was a single person who was expecting Christmas. Could have been November. Yeah, it's possible that they would be targeting November. Go head to head with Call of Duty. But even then, like, people still would be surprised by that. So that's the first little thing where you hear it, you're like, oh, less than 6 months. Now, to be fair, it could be that he simply was thinking, well, we were going to launch it in 2025. We delayed it by less than 6 months out of the year. And that's probably what he means. Okay. Realistically, I think if they were going to launch in 2025, they would have launched it in October. Most likely, he's just saying, yeah, we were going to launch this year. We delayed it less than 6 months out from the year. Probably what it means. But still, it's fun to think about. Just when would they have put it? Anyway.
And generally, when we announce a date certain, we're able to hit that date. But the key thing is that Rockstar Games is trying to create the best thing anyone's ever seen in entertainment, not just interactive entertainment. That's a tall order. And I think consumers have huge hopes for the title. We just launched the second trailer to 475 million views in 24 hours, setting a new record. The last record, incidentally, was ours.
How much do you think the whole system was thinking about that in terms of the ecosystem was for the holidays?
What's interesting is that when they announced the delay, okay, calm down, Crane, calm down. When they announced the delay, we actually saw the shares of like Sony, the shares of Microsoft to a lesser extent, all drop. Other gaming stocks and peripherals, they all dropped because they were expecting GTA 6 to generate billions of dollars in extra spending. Like Sony was excited because people were going to buy PlayStation 5s and 5 Pros for GTA 6. And when they buy that console, they're going to buy other games too. And then they're going to buy an extra controller and they're going to buy an extra, maybe, couple of games. They're going to buy the online subscription. They're going to do all this. So just them delaying this one game caused ripple effects. I think Sony, don't quote me on the number, I think they said that they had to adjust their estimated earnings for 2025 by $600 million. $600 million simply because of the delay of GTA 6. That's wild. But that's the effect of something massive like this.
Was thinking about that game.
Well, let's not overstate the case. We all look at one another's release schedule and make sure that we don't stack up releases. So that's not unique to Grand Theft Auto. But the delay itself is really a reflection of desire to polish and create the best possible experience for consumers. And we as a company have been known not to have sort of slavish devotion to release dates, but rather to seek the highest quality entertainment. And that,
with some of their brands, yes. Not all of them. I would say there's been some Take-Two projects that were underbaked, but yeah. So with Rockstar, certainly, yes.
really, support.
Let's say guidance for full year bookings: 5.9 to 6 billion versus 7.82 estimated. Yeah, I mean, it makes sense. Recorded 3.5 billion impairment charge during Q4. Yeah, okay.
Supported our success over many years.
Have you played with it? Have you seen it?
Is it done? Is it ready?
Done? You don't play a lot.
Still
though.
rendered?
I'm not a gamer.
We were talking about this earlier. You don't play a lot. So
Not a lot. I don't play video games.
At all?
No, I do not. I'm not the consumer in chief. I am responsible
when they show you the game.
This is one of the more interesting tidbits of this interview. I'll let him finish talking, but I just want you to process that. He's saying, I'm not the consumer in chief. I don't play these games. And I want to touch on this. And we're going to compare it to another executive that we all know and cherish, Jim Ryan. And I want to compare it to him because I also think he was not a gamer. So let's let him finish talking and then we'll compare kind of their outlooks. Okay.
Right.
Do you offer notes on the game? How does that work?
I share my opinions pretty openly. I think being the consumer in chief in an entertainment business as the CEO is probably a mistake. I wasn't the consumer in chief in the movie business or the television business or the music business, even though, I certainly can read a script and I definitely love music and I was a musician. That's not my role. My role is to attract, retain, and motivate the best talent in the business and then get out of their way.
You sound crazy right now. Are you outside of your mind, sir? But the reason I want to let him say all of that is because there is a fundamental difference between different managerial styles, right? Like some managers, executives, they think, no, I know what people want. I know what they want to see. And I'm going to basically make movies I want to make and the audience will love it too. Sometimes that works if the person really knows what they're doing and if the executive is in tune with the audience, Back in the late 2000s, early 2010s, Bethesda Game Studios famously said that they didn't play test any games. They simply made games that they wanted to play. They said, we play test our own games. We play them kind of explains why there were so many bugs. But they were like, we play those games and we make the games that we want to play. And it just happens that games we like playing as a studio, the vast, like millions upon millions upon millions of people also like playing them. So it creates a successful business. So sometimes you can have like a personality driven director like a Todd Howard, who's just in tune with the community at that time. Danger is once they become out of touch with the community and what the community wants, you get like a Starfield, or you get games that disconnect with the audience and it doesn't work anymore. But then you have outlooks like this guy, Strauss Zelnick, who the phrase consumer in chief is like, it's a very derogatory term that's thrown around a lot. Think of like Disney getting super involved in the production of movies. There's been all of these stories about how executives would go to movie sets and then offer notes on reshoots and be like, no, this scene needs to be shorter. And they're starting to go and tell the directors and producers how to change the scene because they think that they know better than the actual artists and people working on the project. And, it's something that can lead to a lot of problems. Because again, sometimes it can work out, but it can also go really, really poorly very quickly if you don't actually know what you're talking about. So trying not to be a consumer in chief and instead separating yourself from the business, being like, I'm not a gamer, I'm going to run the business, but I'm not the consumer of this type of content. I can maintain objectivity with it, and I'm not going to make emotional decisions just because I personally really like Red Dead. I think it's the example maybe we could offer as a counter is like Herman Holst. Herman Holst is a gamer and he loves him some Horizon, like a lot. Okay. If you ever like, hey, is this relationship I'm in healthy? Just see if your significant other looks at you the way Herman looks at Aloy. Just see if you've got the same level of passion, because that man loves him some Horizon Zero Dawn and Forbidden West. And as a result, I would argue it's led him into situations where he has made poor decisions or decisions that held back his companies. Like we started the stream off playing that song, Lego Horizon Flopped. Everybody could have told you that game was going to flop, that was not going to do millions of copies, that it wasn't even going to do hundreds of thousands of copies. Like that game was going to flop. It was just something nobody wanted, nobody needed. It didn't make any sense. And yet he greenlit that and they spent millions on it because he's like a consumer in chief and he's got his eyes, to focus. I think it's a similar thing where he got married to Concord. There were reports from like Colin Moriarty where he was saying that discussions in the studio were that Herman Holst was calling Concord a Star Wars level IP. People jokingly called it Herman's baby because he loved it so much, because he was like a consumer in chief and it kind of blinded him to some of the outside factors that were affecting it. So I think keeping separated from the content can be really good for the business, certainly, but it can also go poorly. As we saw, I would argue, with Jim Ryan's tenure at PlayStation, where he was not a gamer, certainly not a consumer in chief, but he became so fixated on live service games that he basically wasted billions of dollars and years and years and years of dev time from some of the most prolific and accomplished developers in the industry. But I would argue it's mainly because Jim Ryan was an idiot. I'm sorry, I'm saying it. Locking it in. I feel like you could have shown any number of these games to a like normal everyday gamer and they could have told you no. I feel like you could have done that pretty easily and avoided all of this trouble. Okay. So yes, we can point to Jim Ryan and be like, oh, Jim Ryan also wasn't a gamer. Yes, but he was, what's the term? Stupid. So so it's fine. He's a millionaire. I don't be like, that's mean. Don't say that. No, dude, he laid off so many people. He screwed up the business for so many people. He fired so many hundreds or thousands of people because of his incompetence. And then he got to ride off into the sunset, retiring into his lake house and with millions upon millions of dollars. He's fine. He can take it. Screw Jim Ryan. Moving on. Strauss, what else you got?
In terms of just trends in the business, how much of it is going mobile, and how much do you think stays on the console?
Well, it's all mobile. Everyone has phones, don't you know? Dude, I'm actually very interested in hearing his answer here.
Well, mobile is a fast-growing part of our business, and the interactive entertainment business broadly is the fastest-growing part of the entertainment business. The reason that we acquired Zynga nearly 3 years ago is because mobile is such an important part of the business. Today, that's a little bit over 50% of our net bookings, and it's going incredibly well.
What does that look like to you 5 years from now?
Well, that's actually the point. The reason that we made that decision at the time that we did was I looked actually 10 years down the road and said, I can't imagine in 10 years only being exposed to console and PC. I think we have to be exposed to mobile. That's where a huge part of the market is. That's basically our older consumers and our female consumers are actively in the mobile business.
And so it's different.
This is, I'm sorry, this is refreshing. This is very nice to hear. Okay. It's important to understand that not all gamers are like homogeneous, like that not all gamers are the same. Mobile gamers, there's a lot of them. They tend to be older and predominantly female. They just do, okay? But understanding that those gamers are different than the gamers playing on PS5 or Xbox or PC is crucial. It's crucial. And I also appreciate that instead of having like their established studios just try to crank out a bunch of this, he goes and tries to acquire a company that specializes in this, Zynga. And it's like, yeah, they're going to do the mobile stuff and we'll let companies like Rockstar do what they do. But we're not going to make Rockstar put GTA 6 iPhone edition out. Like, we're not going to do that. Doesn't make sense. It's just crucial to understand that certain audiences are different. Okay. And they go to their own spaces. They do their own thing. They have their own behaviors and habits. But it's also why, like, I think you've seen Take-Two be one of the most aggressive when it comes to monetization strategies, specifically with sports games. They, with, correct me if I'm wrong, have any of you guys played NBA? Have any of you guys played NBA 2K games? Do they still do the thing where they play commercials in between games? Do they still do that? Remy, ew, no. That's funny. Just, ew, gross. No, of course I don't. They were experimenting with it for a while. NBA 2K ads in game, I think is what we could probably find it under. Yeah, it was like in 2K21. Was this the first time they experimented with it? But they experimented with this because like they viewed it as its own thing, where like literally you would be playing a game of NBA 2K in your living room and then it would start playing an ad while you played, because they were like, well, it's like you're playing an actual NBA game with commercial breaks. It's like an actual TV, aired game of NBA. Like, there you go. It's immersive. It's not bad. It's immersive. 2K TV. Yeah. So like they've been aggressive with it, but I think it's because they also understand that there's certain, audiences that are more prone to excessive monetization. The stuff you can get away with on mobile, it's unbelievable. Like, it's crazy. They just straight up will be like, yeah, you can't play the game for more than 10 minutes. Otherwise you have to give us more money. It's insane. Like the stuff that some of these companies get away with on mobile is wild. But then you see every once in a while they'll slip and they'll try to do the same thing on PC or on like console. And they try to like do a similar pricing strategy there, and it goes so poorly, but it's because the audiences are different. They're just very, very, very different. But anyway, continuing.
Okay, people are going to be on the
mobile sorry.
And so it's different. That's what's interesting about it is, okay, people are going to be on the phone, but they're still the core gamers are not necessarily migrating in the same way.
It's not a migration. It's in the same way that people aren't migrating from half-hour comedies to 2-hour movies. And people aren't migrating from 2-hour movies to TikTok. Mm-hmm. Right. These serve different needs at different times and sometimes different populations.
Thank you. Again, it's refreshing. Yes. Like Take-Two is not like this is not a benevolent company. All I'm saying is that this is what a I think executive who understands the gaming industry sounds like versus 95% of the other people that we look at on this channel. So it's refreshing to hear a guy that can at least acknowledge, no, it's not a migration. It's not about console gamers are becoming mobile gamers, which if you remember back with the Xbox One era, all these executives were like, yeah, there's never going to be a console again. We're never doing that again. It's just not happening. You know, everything's going mobile. Everybody's getting iPhones. Nobody's going to be using consoles in 10 years. But no, it's not a migration from X to Y. They're just different. They're separate. And that's good. That's okay. But it's not a migration. You know, it's something so simple to understand, but it's something that, you know, many, many very powerful, wealthy, influential people in this industry don't seem to understand.
Can I ask you to weigh in on a headline this morning? Because I'm curious what you think. I don't know if you saw, Charter is merging with Cox.
I did.
And I would imagine
Shout out Cox.
broadband is an important part of the way you think about how you get these games to people.
Absolutely.
So is that a good thing or a bad thing? What do you think happens? Do you think the government allows this? And do you think there's going to be a lot more of these mergers?
I think the combined market share is such that this FTC is likely to be friendly to the deal. I think the last FTC obviously would have stood in the way because,
What else would they do?
Well,
Right.
exactly.
Okay.
I mean, they stood in the way of you grabbing a taxi on Broadway. So I think it'll probably be fine. I think it's a reflection of the fact that with cable programming going where it's going, which is to say in a southerly direction, what remains is a really good distribution business, and that consolidation makes sense.
Does the satellite business matter to you? Do you think about that? We were talking. I only mentioned that because we were talking about sort of the train tracks and the idea that maybe satellite is ultimately going to upend the value of those train tracks.
It's really, I mean, what you're saying with new satellites is actually just traditional overbuilding. But overbuilding is valuable when people are underserved in areas that have fiber.
Right.
And that does still exist both here and outside of the U.S. So
Yeah, you guys know I was waiting on fiber for a long time. I was paying $300 a month where I live because there was literally no alternative. It was this company, the one company that was doing the $300 a month, or a different company that would charge $180 a month for literally like 5 megabit down, I think is what it was. Like speeds that would have been slow back in like 2007, you know, like crazy slow speeds. So I finally got fiber and it's been fantastic. It's been wonderful, but it took ages. And prior to that, I actually had like a little Starlink mini dish that I would use. You guys remember I had to use it for streams and stuff every once in a while because the internet would just randomly drop and it was terrible. So yeah, satellite internet's crazy cool.
I'm not worried about overbuilding actually destroying value in distribution because, first of all, it's not historically the case. Secondly, there's so much opportunity for broader distribution. From our point of view, as an entertainment company, a software creator, more distribution, better distribution, always a good thing.
You want the overbuilding.
Well, we want to be able to reach consumers wherever they are in the highest quality way.
Which may include, we talk about, and maybe, we could talk a little bit about whether it is the Middle East or other regions that you're eyeing for expansion, but, these are not, it's not just kind of industrial businesses that have their eye on those dollars. And I think that was highlighted with the president's trip this week, and some of it was all about AI. This is not the oil stories from 20 and 30 years ago.
Oh, well, that's right. And look, our business still is basically a United States and Western Europe and selected parts of Asia story. That's where our revenue comes from. And yet there's this massive growing market of consumers who love video games located in the Middle East, located in India, located in Africa. We are not serving that population in the way we need to. And if we don't focus on that now, where we're going to be in 10 years. So
is internet a part of that?
Absolutely. Yeah. I mean, distribution, obviously. Higher quality, particularly for Africa and India, is a big issue. The region, Middle East, is pretty well developed in
a different question.
Infrastructure.
The other big thing in like those areas of the world too, though, are there are certain types of games that may be popular in the West that probably won't fly in certain parts of the Middle East, based on my understanding. Okay, like that's the content is also another piece of the puzzle for sure.
Yeah.
There you go. So I will say it is refreshing to hear an executive that is competent. But again, I think the most refreshing and a reassuring thing is when he said, quote, as quoted here down in the comments from Sarah Baxter, "My job is to attract and retain the best talent in the business and then get out of their way." And I think that is precisely what company leaders like Jim Ryan, Herman Holst did not do. I think, you know, in those cases, they got actively in the way. And then when they find any resistance, they lay off those teams and shut them down, literally losing that talent. And it's also the reason why I said that I thought the Microsoft closure of Tango Gameworks was so terrible was because it introduced a lot of instability into the equation. When you're trying to attract talent, very talented people don't want to go somewhere where they're like, yeah, I could make a very good game at this company and then I could still get fired. People don't like that. So they're going to go to the studio where they are valued and where their talent will be retained and treasured and fostered. You know, that's where they want to be. And so I think it's really crucial for these companies to remember you got to take care of the artists, because a Microsoft strategy, and they've gotten better in recent years, but if you've ever worked or known somebody who's worked at Microsoft, like my dad worked at Microsoft for a long time in various capacities, like with contract work at other companies working for Microsoft. And their general philosophy is that like engineers are fairly expendable. You get 10 engineers from this company, okay, have them work for 2 years, fire them, end their contract, whatever. And then you go hire 10 from India, and then you get rid of them, and you hire 50 from over here, get rid of them. And you just kind of bounce around because they're just engineers, you know, they're coming in to work on this project, and then you move on to the next project. And that's not how you can make a healthy video game business. Like, you can't do that. You can't. It's just different, you know, because video games are a mix of art and tech and coding, and like it's a mix of all these different professions, and you can't treat it like you're trying to throw together some security update for Windows 11. It just doesn't work. It doesn't work that way. So it's refreshing. It is interesting to hear that you know, the head of Take-Two is, at least he seems to have a pretty solid understanding of the video games business, and I'm excited to see what they've been working on, because obviously they're very, very comfortable. And when asked specifically about the delay and whether they think that they're going to actually hit that or have to delay it again, he said, you know, based on our track record, the history shows they are pretty good at hitting a date once they've announced it, which is also true. With Red Dead 2, they delayed it from 2017 to early 2018, but they didn't give a date. And then they delayed it to the end of 2018, giving the late October date, and then they hit that. So given that they released the actual release date and announced that, I think it's likely they're going to hit it. They seem pretty confident about it. So developers, who needs them? Most recent games weren't developed as much as cobbled. Okay. Marco, thank you for the 5. There's definitely a migration from console to PC, but those of course overlap. Yeah, I think those overlap, and there is a migration to a certain extent on PC, and I think you can track it where you can see I think you can see a lot of it happening because console growth is stagnating, but PC growth is like picking up speed, it's expediting. So I think it's very interesting to see, but I do think there is a migration there, but I think they generally view console and PC as a much closer group of overlapping consumers as opposed to mobile, which is sort of its own thing. Yeah. Okay. Let me see. Gene, thank you for the membership, by the way. Tyler at the show off tier just refreshed. Thank you, my friend. Marathon DOA, Death Stranding 2 expected to underperform. Sucks to say, but after the past few releases, Sony could be in a tough spot. Is Death Stranding 2 officially... Because I mean, there's been speculation about it for sure. About the performance. Let's see. Yeah, I don't see anything specific. I think the odds are that Death Stranding 2 doesn't do as well as the first game. It'll still be successful, I'm sure. It'll still turn a profit, but yeah, I don't expect it to like be like some sort of smash crazy success where it sells 30 million copies out of nowhere. I think it's going to be more Death Stranding, which for some people is like, thank God. But I mean, for other people, they're going to be like, more Death Stranding? No, thank you. So you never know. Let's see. Matt, thank you for that again, for that 10. Okay, I think caught up there. Also, Small the Kid, thank you for the Prime over there. Thank you. Let's see. Hold on. I have to check. There's this clip of Darth Vader saying something, but I have to check what he says before I play it on stream because I don't remember. Okay, yeah, I don't think I can play that one. Darth Vader says a bad word. Darth Vader says a bad word. I guess we could do this real quick. News segment. In case you missed it, Fortnite introduced something kind of crazy. They have an AI controlled Darth Vader in the game, and people are calling him Vader AI or AI Vader, whatever. You know what we're talking about. And basically, you can have a conversation with him, and he'll respond with like the voice changer and everything, so he can actually do that. But because this is the gaming industry and community, people found ways to get him to say bad things. Now, some of the things he says are just kind of funny. They get him to like to quote lyrics from some raunchy song, or they get him to say something just kind of campy, or to shout out some YouTuber or something. But people also found ways to get him to say horrible things. Okay, like really just terrible things. Some that I can't, I mean, most of which I can't even play on stream for obvious reasons. There's this one that went viral also that, Fortnite actually responded to. Darth Vader was replying to the player's prompt around carcinogens. In this context, we have hotfixed it so he should not respond in that way, because he said a very bad word in response to this, calling them an F slur. So there's been many other things, in addition to this, but people have been like, why are they doing this? Well, there's a couple of reasons. Number one, there's apparently a voice actor strike going on right now. And so if they wanted to hire somebody to voice act for a Vader they were going to put in the game, those people are on strike. So they put an AI Vader in place. And then they also, understood that there's the potential for some viral moments of him saying crazy, ridiculous things. And I think they put that in understanding that that was a possibility, and perhaps put it in because of that. And this is the thing where, like, I don't think this is an accident. I'm sure him saying the slur is an accident, but I don't think them putting the AI in the game this way is an accident, because this is like a kind of backdoor way of starting with AI controlled interactions in games and getting it more normalized and getting people desensitized to it. Because if these companies can avoid paying voice actors because they just put an AI character in the game instead, that saves them money, that saves them time and headaches with having to negotiate with people. Can you imagine? So they would much rather be able to do this. And if they put it with a funny Vader voice, people are going to talk about how funny the Vader voice was, instead of talking about like the ethical considerations of having AI controlled NPCs in a video game. Because let's be honest, it's a lot more fun to talk about Darth Vader saying a naughty word as opposed to like actually dealing with ethical debates and concerns and considerations with this stuff. So they're going to like desensitize the public to it, and then this is just going to become more commonplace. I do think there is eventually going to be like RPGs, for example. There's already mods to do it in games like Skyrim, but there's going to be RPGs that utilize LLMs and stuff where you're talking to NPCs and you can turn on the mic and you can just have a conversation with the NPC. I think that's going to be a thing in open world games, probably in the next generation, because let's be honest, the next gen consoles will almost certainly have like LLM processing locally. So I think that this is just going to become more and more common. And, you know, this is just one of the first little ways of getting you desensitized to it. Because again, it's a lot more fun to talk about Darth Vader saying something outrageous than it is to like debate the ethics of something like this. But I mean, like, setting all that aside, it's insane that they didn't put some like hard stops, you would think, in the AI where it's like, hey, never say these words and list every terrible word you can think of. Somehow they didn't do that, and they got Darth Vader saying horrible slurs in Fortnite, which is a game most people consider to be a children's game, you know, but there you go. So they have gone and apparently they are rushing a hot fix to deal with this. Once players have managed to defeat the iconic Star Wars legend, Vader decides to join the squad and fight alongside those who best him. Using in-game voice chat, you can talk to the AI Vader, and some mischievous gamers have tried using that for nefarious means. Shocker. Yeah, they find exploits in his rule set and circumvent censorship applied by Epic. Gaming Titan has been quick to hotfix these slips, but it's proving tricky. It took mere hours for players to jailbreak Vader in Fortnite, pumping him full of tricks to make him say slurs and other ill-sounding phrases. Because again, of course. This isn't the first example of players breaking AI Vader. You can bet every dollar you have that won't be the last. The rules controlling Vader make him unable to outright curse, mention V-Bucks, repeat too many lines related to Star Wars or Disney media, and he's prohibited from discussing the harming of children. Good idea. That's good. Those rules are obviously imperfect, but the workarounds are being discovered. It's, I mean, again, is anybody surprised? Anybody could have told you this was going to happen within an hour or two. Like, people are going to find a way to do it and get him to say horrible things. And now they did. So there you go. But they've not removed him as of right now. He's still in the game. He's still in there. He's just getting nerfed a little bit each time they patch him, but they're keeping him in. And again, I think that it's because they want to keep it in to desensitize you a little bit. And next season, they're probably going to put in another new AI controlled NPC, and then they're going to put 2 in, then 5 in. And pretty soon they're just going to all replace the standard voice actors and everything else that they do. And then it'll start to spill off into other facets, because again, the one thing executives get gooey over is the idea of saving money by not paying artists and like actors and stuff. So it's only going to become more and more common. Better believe it. Thank you. Will GTA have AI chat? I've seen no evidence of that. Some people expect it, but I don't personally think so.
Caleb donated $10 through Super Chat. I'm so disappointed in Epic for trying to silence and censor our gamer culture. This is cultural genocide. We gamers have a rich history of saying awful, awful things.
We do. It is, I guess, pretty integral to the gaming population that we trick AI into saying horrible things. Cultural genocide is a strong way of saying that. We got to vent somewhere. Jesus. I yeah, we're the victims here, really. At the end of the day, we're the victims, right? We're the victims. Thank you for the 10. That's very generous. Thank you. Nia, thank you for that. Issue is there are already been lawsuits where companies are literally stealing voice actors' voices and using them as AI. Yeah, in those cases where they're stealing it, absolutely, there's a major problem there. Because that's, I mean, in no world should that ever be allowed. The tricky thing is that they will just go and fire that one voice actor, hire a replacement voice actor, have them sign off the rights to their voice for the AI, and move on. And then just do that. You know. So it's the same thing where if they find one person that doesn't want to do it, they just move on to the next person. Because in some cases, I think, it can make a difference. Of course, like with more narrative stuff, I don't think you could just replace Troy Baker as Joel. I don't think you can do that. I don't think that works. But I think in the context of like, whatever they're called, not heroes, just player characters in like a shooter game, like you're going to replace the voice actor who's grunting and going, as they jump and slide over stuff. I don't think replacing that voice actor is that noticeable to the everyday consumer. And so I think for those guys, they're the ones whose jobs are really at risk. I think if you're like a big name voice actor who's recognizable and people like your performances, you'll be okay. But I think if you don't, if you're not on that level, you're in trouble because of this stuff, Let's see. Seriously, these people make billions every year. Just hire people to do the voices. Yeah, I mean, you would think that they would just go along with it. It's not that big of a deal in the context of the broader budget, but I'm sure that it's just some lower level manager who's been told, hey, can you save 10% of your budget this year? And he's like, okay, yeah, I can do that if I get rid of voice actors or like these voice actors. So I'll just replace them with AI, which is way cheaper. Like, it's not always in the context of the broader company where the like head executive is making these decisions. It's usually like a mid-level manager who's got, a budget of $500,000 for the year for hiring voice actors and doing all the sound effects for the game and stuff. And he's like, hey, save $50,000 this year. And so he's like, okay, I'll figure out a way to save that. And then he trims that by getting rid of this one voice actor, replacing it with AI. So even though it's a drop in the bucket for a big company, the parent company, for that manager who made that decision, that's the difference between him getting a bonus to take his family to Disney World and not, And so, of course, he goes along with it and he does it because that's his prerogative, Yeah. You can't hire someone to voice a character to say every voice or every word and sentence that can exist, though. No, that's not how they do it. You can actually train your own voice. You can actually train your own voice into an AI. Like I just Googled this one. But basically what they have you do is you just say a ton of various like sentences and phrases, and they just have you like read, like a chapter of a book that they've written, very specifically for getting all sorts of different sounds and consonants and vowel combinations and stuff. And then they train the AI to go through and be able to replicate it. So even though you didn't say every word and phrase imaginable, they train the AI to do it.
Hey foodies, let's get cooking with some delicious vegan meal prep ideas.
So nobody said that.
All right, so get this. I'm at this new cafe downtown, trying to act all sophisticated with an espresso,
So this is the original.
All right, so get this. I'm at this new cafe downtown, trying to act all sophisticated.
That's the AI clone. Original?
Sherlock Holmes's quick eye took in my occupation, and he shook his head with a smile as he noticed my questioning glances.
Clone?
Sherlock Holmes's quick eye took in my occupation, and he shook his head with a smile as he...
Pretty good. It's pretty good. Yeah, I think if you know what you're listening to, you can start to hear it. You can hear some of the processing effects and stuff, but it's way better than it was a year ago. And I'm sure in a year or two, it's going to be like impossible to tell the difference. OC Green Devil, thank you also. And it's Zashi, also thank you for the Prime as well. Thank you guys. Thank you. Co made an AI of his voice so he doesn't have to speak much while streaming. Yeah, I saw that, Sargon. What he did, I wonder if I can pull that up actually. Co. Let me see. I think it was a YouTube short. I think. Hold on. Do you remember what game he was looking at? Because basically what he did is he trained an AI voice, his own voice with it. And then he found a way to like be able to highlight a text box on screen. And so it could read the text for him without him having to read it himself. But I don't remember. I don't remember where it was. Do any of you guys know? Was it Yakuza? Oh, it might have been Yakuza. Hold on. He's got a lot. Bouncing bullets. It's really cool. It's really cool. If you guys remember what the name of it is, because I want to show you guys. It's super freaking cool. That's all Helldivers, Baldur's Gate. These might be way older. Maybe Avowed, or was it Avowed? No fun. Just 1 more 3 bounce of bullets behind the creatures. I feel like we're in too deep. No, that's not it. Man. It was Yakuza? I think it was Yakuza. The problem is, like, I don't know if he has multiple channels. Carnage, Yakuza, short. Oh, this? No, that's not it. Man, I'm sorry. I thought I could find it faster. I thought I would be like, oh, there it is. But no, I don't see it. Damn it. Have I seen Jeff Keighley's post about the charge against Fortnite Darth Vader's AI voice? About a charge against? No, I've not seen that. Do. Co-Carnage stream news, new AI text rate. Okay, hold on. I think somebody found it. Let me copy and paste it. Thank you, Gotham. Let's see.
Hi, everybody. Co here over on Twitch, and I'm here to show you something that we are working on for the channel. The main reason for this video is to get feedback. Please keep in mind this is a very early alpha version. This is basically a POC, a proof of concept. So what I'm looking for is basically like what you guys think, if you like it, how that kind of works, and most importantly, like, you know, if it fits. So basically, let me tell you what's going on. I stream a lot. I've been streaming for over 10 years on Twitch. I stream generally between 6 to 10 hours a day. And one of my favorite types of games to play are games that generally have a lot of text, but aren't really voice acted. And although those are great to play by myself, unfortunately to stream them, it becomes really rough. In fact, it's become kind of this channel meme that when a big CRPG comes out that's not voiced, I tend to lose my voice reading it out. Like, you know, sore throat, just scraggly voice, everything, because I have to read all of it out so people can hear it. So, technology has moved forward. And after discussing with some members of the community what we can do, we may have come up with something. So what I'm here to show you is an application that I've had made to try some stuff. So, let's say we're playing Yakuza.
Hello.
Welcome. What'll it be? So I'm going to hit a little keyboard command. What that does is give me this little cursor. I'm going to text box a part of the screen where I know text is going to be. Now listen closely when I let go. Welcome. What'll it be? Now, anytime I press a button on this controller, it's going to scan that part of the screen and read it out. Welcome. What'll it be? Welcome. What'll it be? Welcome. What'll it be? Welcome. What'll it be?
Thanks.
Thanks. Come again. Okay. We'll have some fresh meats in soon.
That's pretty cool. That's pretty cool. Especially for a streamer, like if he's playing 8-10 hour sessions, some of these JRPGs, man, it's just pages and pages and pages and pages of dialogue. Now he can just let that do it for him. And it's his voice. He trained the AI on his voice, you know?
So the beautiful part about this system is that this voice is currently using an AI rendition of mine that is literally trained on about 5 minutes of my voice. So we can do a much, much more natural, realistic version of this. This is just the beginning. But the beautiful part about this is now I can actually like talk to you guys. I can read chat. I can do everything that I need to do. And then anytime I come up to an NPC like this, instead of having to read that out, hey, welcome. We're the best food stall on this island.
That's crazy. Like, that's pretty crazy. I wonder, what does his community think about it? AI Co putting real Co out of a job. Well, as soon as it grows enough sentience to actually play and stream a game. Speech is a little bit too speedy, so you could slow it down a bit. You should have several voice settings with a voice, each associated with a different button. So you'd be Scared Crow, other one Pedantic Co, another Angry Co. So he's going to play Metaphor because the only reason he didn't play it was the reading. Metaphor is it's a lot of text. I mean, it's a lot of text. But yeah, it's pretty cool. That's pretty cool. That's pretty cool. Bro needs AI to read. Yeah, it's somebody check on Quebblecop right now. Yeah. Oh. Did his community? Yeah, the community seems pretty positive. I think you'd have to see what it's like for an entire run through, though. I think you wouldn't be able to really gauge its success until you did the whole thing. Because it might be cool in a 2-minute demo. It might get super annoying after 30 hours, you know. Could be great for accessibility too. Oh, exactly. Some people just, I mean, they're not super fast readers, or some people struggle with like comprehension while reading, and so something like that could turn it audible. Seems like a super cool idea. Super cool. But you know what's not super cool? Everything going on with Marathon. We should talk about this real quick because there's a lot. Daniel, thank you for the 5. First timer on the live. You react and give your thoughts on Dying Light, the Beast the Baron trailer. Thanks. Dying Light, the Beast and the Baron trailer. I mean, I'm not too familiar with Dying Light, transparently. Oh, this is from the Game Awards 2020. Oh no, Dying Light. For some reason, I was thinking of Dead by Daylight. I was like, I don't know Dying Light. I do know Dying Light. I don't know Dead by Daylight much. Yeah, is there something new with it? Is there a new announcement with it, or is it just this trailer from like 5 months ago from the Game Awards? I'm not too familiar with any updates on that. While I wait for you to respond, I'll move on. Thank you for the 5. I'm just not too familiar with it. Okay. There's a Skyrim mod for a while that does that, reads out dialogue in the game. Yeah, they'll do that. And there's also one that connects it to ChatGPT, and so you can have conversations with NPCs and stuff. It's pretty cool. Okay. You ready? News segment. Well, everyone, the Marathon debacle at this point, I think is probably fair to call it, just continues. There's more reporting out of the studio, and I mean, it's starting to cross to the point where it's getting sad. You know, it's not even funny. It's just sad, you know, and that's always lame, because there's a lot of very good people over at Bungie. There's also some people who I'm sure are not good people that are at Bungie, but there's okay, how do I tackle this? Let me pull this up first, and then I can, because I want to pull up the stream they did here. Cool. Here it is. Yeah, dude, I feel so bad for these guys. Let me redo the intro, Jacob, because I want to just have these poor guys in the background while we're talking about it.
So we also noticed that.
Okay. Yeah, this is Joe Ziegler. Okay, and the art director. Okay. New segment. So the marathon stuff, it's getting to the point where it's starting to feel a little sad. It's starting to just really, it's getting hard to watch. Because here's the deal. I played the game at the press event thing that they did, and I thought, I had fun. I'd play more of it, and I did once the alpha launched. I played another 5 to 10 hours, but now I'm good. Honestly, even if the game launched tomorrow and I had access for free, I wouldn't need to play more. I feel like I've seen everything the game has to offer, and I played the free alpha, closed alpha thing. So I feel like it was really lacking in content. It needs probably another year. It needs a lot more time. It needs more modes. It needs bigger environmental events. It needs the ranked mode. It needs that fourth map that they don't want to tell anybody about, but they say is amazing. It just needs more. And that was before all of this happened. And I felt like it wasn't ready yet, and that they were rushing it out because I think PlayStation is kind of forcing their hand. And then this whole art debacle went down, which we all know about at this point. But I thought that this thing that they did was really telling. The fact that Bungie leadership forced them to still do this AMA thing, play MA, sorry, I thought was so, I think, indicative of how leadership handles things at Bungie. Clearly, they've not slept a wink in the last 48 hours since this news broke, especially, I believe this is the art director. He has not slept a wink. You can tell on his face. And as far as we understand it, this is, according to them, the result of one artist at Bungie years and years and years ago, when they first were starting on Marathon, that put all of this artwork into mood boards, into the texture sheets, into all of these different things. And then they used it while they built the game out for years. And allegedly they didn't know about it, right? So if that is true, these guys, I'm sure, could use a break. They're not on their best, they're not well rested. There's just many reasons why maybe you delay this play MA, right? There's plenty of reasons why you maybe push it back a week. Hey, we hear you. We're working on fixing the art situation. We're going to delay it. They were going to show gameplay in this thing, and now they're not, because they're stripping it of all of the textures and stuff that were taken from that artist. So they don't even have gameplay to show at this AMA thing. It's insane why they still did it, but I think that shows just how Bungie leadership is so I don't know, obtuse, maybe. I don't even know what you call it. Just uncaring, inconsiderate. I don't even know. But clearly there's a problem with Bungie leadership. And at this point, it seems like everybody at Bungie is really fed up with it. Morale at Bungie is reportedly in free fall over Marathon. New report from Paul Tassi outlines this. Let's see. I've spoken to some current and former employees about Bungie's excuse for the art theft. Studio morale, the possibility of a delay, and some very real changes when it comes to the upcoming presentation and playtesting of the game. Here's what I've learned. Public explanation for the art theft. One ex-employee taking things in 2020 is the same one being given internally at Bungie among rank and file. So they're not telling the public one thing and then telling, internally something else. In the studio, this is their explanation. This is what happened. Sony and Bungie legal are now sorting through this, and there is unlikely to be any new information as all of this continues to unfold. It is not clear how long an audit will take of the assets to remove or find any more plagiarism. It's an expansive enough process to have Bungie not even show any footage at all in its recent live stream. Yeah, it's a bit of an oopsie. Morale is in free fall across all departments, and the vibes have never been worse. Everyone has the same concerns about what happens to Bungie as a result, and as a studio, if Marathon bombs, which is something they absolutely cannot afford, which is true. Bear in mind, again, just a reminder, Sony spent $3.7 billion on Bungie to get Destiny 2, Marathon, and a third project they were working on. The third project has been spun off into its own thing at a different team that's formed by former Bungie employees. The Destiny 2 has been losing money for a long time, and so that leaves Marathon. And if Marathon not just underperforms but flops, it's hard to see an outcome that's good for Bungie. I mean, it's really hard to see any outcome with this that is good. There are not even hints or jokes about a delay from the September release date internally. What? Internally, they're not even like hinting at it? Oh my God. With that said, it is entirely possible, if not likely, those conversations are happening privately between higher up Sony and Bungie leadership. It's unclear what the plan is to launch the game in a now, quote, actively hostile environment. This is the problem as far as I can see it. There's no way right now, as far as I can come up with in my brain, for them to launch with like good vibes. There is no good vibe with this game. Right now it is radioactive, it's toxic, and even after the playtests, people were already kind of towards it. They liked the art style, ironically enough. They liked the art style. They liked the cinematics that they did. But all anybody could say is like after that cinematic launched, people were like, yeah, that's really cool. Can we get a single player game with that? Can we get a narrative like linear game like the original like Marathon games? Can we do that? No, it's an extraction shooter. Okay. So already people were not super stoked about like just the game in general. And that was before all of this happened. So now there's very little reason to get super excited for it. Some changes to future plans have been made or had been made before this new plagiarism development, mainly as a reaction to gameplay footage in the closed alpha. At the start of this month, Bungie pulled the plug on its main Marathon marketing plan, which was going to have a new trailer in June along with the launch of pre-orders. The whole campaign needs to be reworked now. A heavily marketed public beta in August may be changed into a roadmap of public playtests with no actual details set yet. This would align with Bungie's stated multiple opportunities to play before launch rather than just the upcoming beta. Marathon was originally pitched by higher up good old boy Bungie leadership, and as far back as 5 years ago, the devs were telling them what would and wouldn't work and were often ignored. Many have said previously that it needed to have some sort of PvE component. And apparently solo queuing was also a big point of debate as well. All of this between necessary asset auditing, a reworked marketing campaign, and shifting playtest plans scream of a game that's not coming out in 4 months, or at the very least shouldn't be, though there are no indications of that yet. However, at this point, it may just be the case that another 3, 6, 12 months would not fix what ails the game, which is more than just the presentation and some playtesting. But for many, it's questionable core concept wrapped in extremely cool aesthetics. But now they've lost that last bit as a praise point as well. Yeah, it was kind of the one saving grace was people thought the game's art style looked cool. And now it feels weird to praise the game's art style. The one thing everybody's like, yeah, game, but the art style's cool. Now it's like, oh, you like the art style? Okay, well, oh, so there's that. Yeah, they've reportedly scrapped the June marketing plans for Marathon, and we kind of half jokingly throughout. I like a hypothesis back when we first were talking about the playtests with Marathon, where I was like, you know, there's a conspiracy theory to be explored where Sony is intentionally sending Marathon out to die in a pool of milk. And it was basically based on a couple of key tidbits, which is that the game is pretty transparently not ready for launch. And yet Sony is shoving it out the door and is seemingly unwilling to consider delays, which is something that is also echoed by this reporting. And so it's almost like they want it to fail. And then we looked into some of the other financial stuff where a lot of the like people at Bungie, they have stock options that are set to vest at the end of this year. And so one of the arguments was, hey, maybe Sony is forcing this game out the door so it either fails or succeeds by the end of the year. So if it works, Bungie execs get their big paydays where a lot of them walk away with millions upon millions of dollars. Or if it fails, those executives that Sony, I'm sure, is not too thrilled with, you know, their financial futures look like this as well, because they thought that they had a giant piggy bank in the form of Sony, which they did for a while, but they took advantage of it and then squandered all that money. And so Sony gets one last middle finger to them. We jokingly put that out when all of this started. And now it's like, if they don't delay it, I don't know what other conclusion to draw than that. Like, the only chance this game has at any semblance of success would be to delay the crap out of it by like a year and a half, redo major components of, like, you know, the texture work, some of the art design, things like that. And then they also have to add in like solo queues. They have to add in a good bit more content. They need bigger environmental things. I said earlier on stream, I thought it would be really cool if they had sort of a Helldivers 2-esque meta narrative that they could employ based on player behaviors. There are ways, I think, to get people excited about the game again and for them to frame it as like a comeback. But even then, it's a long shot, and that takes hundreds of millions of dollars when you're talking about multi-year delays to a game on this scale. Very, very difficult to pull off. And that's assuming that their bosses are willing to do that. And I think it's pretty clear Sony doesn't want to. So at this point, I mean, I kind of agree with this Paul Tassi op-ed. It's just over for Marathon. Like, I don't see a realistic outcome where this works. I just don't. As he writes here, I've tried to put this off for a while now, giving Marathon the benefit of the doubt in terms of fixing what ails it and maybe snagging an audience that's large enough to make it at least sustainable. But no, it's over. I can't dispute it anymore. This has probably always been true, but the events of the past week have cemented it. I will get into the live streaming plagiarism and all that later, but this is a long list of what's gone wrong in the past, what's currently going wrong, and the future that does not look any brighter. And it's basically, you know, goes through the concept. The entire idea of this game was a mistake. Bungie has said that this came from a bunch of them playing Tarkov a while ago. I heard that among that group. It was one good old boy in leadership who pushed to make this Bungie's biggest non-Destiny project and the hopeful rebirth of a strong IP for the studio, now under Sony, which it assumed would produce another hit like this. It just seems like it was one guy that really liked the idea of doing a Tarkov game because they like Tarkov, and that's where this started and ended. Like, that was the whole concept. And then they talk about how they're trying to make it accessible to new players, which means stripping out some of the hardcore elements, but then the new players don't have a lot of long-term benefit to playing, and there's not a lot of long-term progression because of that. So they're stripping out the things that they really need to make the game engaging, but you know, it just doesn't work. It doesn't work. You can't remove long-term progression to make the game more accessible and then be surprised when people are like, yeah, there's not a lot of long-term progression. It's like, yeah, could have told you that.
Firechild 460 donated $10 through Super Chat. A few weeks ago I said, let Bungie cook, it's just an alpha. Well, gang, the kitchen is on fire and emergency services are on the way.
Yeah. Unironically, they started an oil fire and now the entire neighborhood's burning down. Because it's not just their house. If this goes down, Destiny goes down, any hopes of like a future Destiny 3 or something probably go out the window. Like, they're burning down the entire neighborhood with this. It's wild. Like, it's wild. Thank you for the 10. That's very generous. Yeah, none of this was helped. And this is perhaps the other thing that's crazy. None of this was helped that at the exact same time as Marathon's alpha, it was interrupted by the Arc Raiders alpha, a much more traditional extraction shooter and a much better one, which I can also stand by.
Christopher Burnett donated $9.99 through Super Chat. How has Sony not done a hostile takeover of Bungie by now? If I was CEO of Sony, I'd cancel every Bungie in development, fire almost everyone and rebuild Bungie with new talented and
with new talent and competent staff. They've already started to do that. You remember they rearranged a bunch of it. They took a bunch of devs out, moved them to other positions. They took that team that was working on the third game, moved them outside, did a different thing. I think they already did that. And I think they're just preparing, like they were hoping that maybe Marathon could pop off. But at this point, I think they're just preparing to scrap it. If they don't delay it, I don't see any other explanation than they're just going to scrap it. They're going to launch it when the player numbers are abysmal. They'll let it run for a week or two. Then they'll shut it down. They'll write the whole thing off, all 400, 500 million of it, and they'll shut down the studio and they'll just move on. They might still keep, Destiny functioning and running, and they'll just have a support team for that. But I think they'll get rid of every Bungie executive, everybody. Because here's the thing. I think if they honestly are expecting to get rid of all of the executives at Bungie as part of this, they got rid of one, the former director of Marathon that Joe Ziegler replaced. They got rid of him because of allegations of office misconduct and stuff. But they faced a lawsuit as a result of that because that guy was expecting $50-60 million paydays. And he didn't get them as a result of his firing. And I'm sure that there's other massive paydays for some of these executives coming up. So if Sony is planning on getting rid of them, you have to remember for Sony, they're like, okay, they're going to sue us for wrongful termination. So we need to give them enough rope to hang themselves. And then we get to fire them and we can say, we gave you all the time you needed. You're the one that screwed up the art style. You're the one that had a game incomplete. We told you you were launching at the end of 2025 and you failed to deliver. And so when those lawsuits are filed, they can go to court and have all this lined up and win those cases. So I think that that's also a component of this, is that Sony's like, we'll let it play out. They've got the executives on those hooks and they're letting the line run out until the fishy gets tired, and then they're going to reel them in, It's crazy. But yeah, I mean, the fact that Marathon looked so bland, and then in Arc Raiders, we had this. If you didn't play it, just watch. Okay, there's a giant robot down here looking at the player, just so you know. Oh my God. It's pretty cool. There's nothing even that exciting that happens in the entirety of Marathon, okay? Nothing. Arc Raiders, actually kind of crazy. It's actually kind of crazy, okay? Really good time. And everybody who played the alpha had a really good time. Had a really, really good time. So I think that also made Marathon feel all the worse, because it's people, for example, people were complaining that that there was no proximity chat. Guess what Arc Raiders has? Proximity chat. People were frustrated that Marathon didn't have solo queues. Guess what Arc Raiders has? Solo queues. Everything that you could point to Marathon and be like, it's missing X, Y, and Z, Arc Raiders had and did better. And so it just made the game look all the worse. It really, really did. It was more polished, more fun, more expected features found in extraction shooters. All you have to do is look at the fact that Arc Raiders player count went up every single day of its alpha, where marathons almost always went down. By the end, it was sub 20% of what it started with. Twitch viewers were even worse, going from 150,000 at launch as big streamers tried it, crashing to 1,000 to 3,000 viewers later near the end, where big chunks of that might have even been 1 or 2 Destiny
Vendor
streamers
the
alone.
Offender donated $10 through Super Chat. Who was the creator that consulted on the game when it first started development?
Dr. Lupo. He's the one that was consulting on it. He said going back 5 to 6 years when it was like 4 people and a whiteboard working on it. And yeah, Lupo was a very, very nice guy to me and everybody else at the event. Very nice guy. But he recently found himself in some hot water because he cheated in a chess event like 2 weeks ago. It was just like, it wasn't even close to. It was like he was playing a game, and you guys know me. I used to play in chess tournaments all the time. Like, I love me some chess. But he went from like hanging his queen like here, and then he proceeded to play engine perfect moves nonstop for like 30 moves straight, which this isn't a surprise to anybody. If you have a rating of 600, I'm glad you're trying the game and you're getting familiarized. But like a 600 rated player, like I think I was rated 600 when I was 6 years old. And that's not to like pat myself on the back or anything. That's just to say that like when you're 6 years old, you are going to not play like a perfect AI machine. Like, you're just not. Okay. You're going to be making lots of mistakes, like hanging your queen. But he proceeded, after hanging his queen, he pulled up a second monitor thing and started looking at it occasionally and proceeded to make perfect moves nonstop and eventually come back and win. And especially like unintuitive moves that a 600 player would not do, juggling all sorts of things. Like, your average 600 player is not going to play Knight C2. He's not going to play Knight C2. Freeing up the bishop, going after G7, attacking the bishop, preparing rook E1, protected by the knight once the bishop moves back. Like, no 600 players playing Knight C2, but he proceeded to just play perfect moves nonstop. And so initially he said, no, it's fake, it's not real. Yeah, and then you can see he ends up winning. Bishop D5, no 600 rated players playing Bishop D5, leaving the knight on C7 hanging. Like, come on. Come on, dude. I feel like lower rated players don't realize how obvious it is when you cheat in chess. But once you know kind of what you're doing in chess, it's really obvious. Okay, it's really, really obvious. You play chess, yeah, all the time. That's a chess set back there. That's not just like a piece of nothing. That's a big ass chess set. I have a box full of chess trophies from back in the day in my garage. Might be in the attic, I'm not sure. But yeah, all of this to say, anyway, that's the guy that consulted on this, okay? We went down a rabbit hole, okay? But with all this, I think it's just, with Marathon, it's just a game that nobody really wanted to begin with. And then you show like a really cool cinematic that people do like, but all anybody can think of is, yeah, we love that. Can we have that? Can we have like a cinematic narrative game, first-person shooter? Like the original Marathon. With this art style in this world. But no, it's an extraction shooter. And it's a mistake that like Sony also made with Concord. Let's see right here. Because you remember when they first did this, they showed off this cinematic trailer. People were like, oh, it's like their own version of Guardians of the Galaxy. Hot Sauce Guy. Love Hot Sauce Guy. Weird blue gorilla with red face. Love that guy. People are like, you know what, I'm interested in this. And then it turns out to be a hero shooter. what? And it's a similar thing with Marathon, where they show a really cool cinematic, but then it's an extraction shooter that's being rushed out the door. It's a repeated issue at Sony, is that they keep doing this kind of thing, but they don't seem to be learning their lesson. So again, my perspective is that if they put Marathon out in September and they don't delay it, I can't see any other explanation or I can't see any justification for that choice other than Sony basically wants to just see this thing die, probably because they want to clean house on the executive level, and I don't blame them for wanting to do that at this point, but they probably want to clear house or clean house because of that. And my assumption would be that they're going to do that to avoid problematic lawsuits, because they can be like, no, we told them they had to launch this game. The game launched terribly. They can make an argument in court that the whole company was basically defunct at that point, so they decide to shut down the company before those executives get the chance to redeem their stock options. And then Sony doesn't have to pay out $50 million in stock to a bunch of people that lost them billions, which I kind of would respect it if Sony were that petty. They're like a multi-billion-dollar company, and they're like, yeah, just because they screwed us over so much, we're going to force them to shove this out the door. It's going to flop. We're going to shut down the studio, fire all of them, and then they don't get their retirement. Like, it's so petty, but it kind of seems like that's what's happening. So, I respect them for it nonetheless, but we'll see if that actually is what's happening. Again, if they delay it, there's at least a chance, still probably only 1%, maybe, like very, very slim, but there's at least a chance.
Jimbo 404 donated $10 through Super Chat.
Thank you, Jimbo.
Is Sony banking on Destiny Rivals to recoup a lot of their initial investment? I know gacha is a huge market, but do you think will it be able to break through?
I mean, I'm sure it'll make money, because mobile games make a lot of money, especially in recognizable IP. As for whether it I don't think that makes 3.7 billion. So they won't have to pay. No. So what we're talking about, Darth Artemis, just so we're clear, is that $3.7 billion is the entire package for acquiring the company. As a result of that giant package, giggity, there's a few different components of it. So parts of it, might be paying off the lease of the building. So maybe the lease on the building, or buying the building, or whatever else. Buying out the IP might be another big chunk. You have to pay for that. You might also be buying out the contracts of various employees. Like, there's all sorts of different things built into that $3.7 billion sum, which is this total box, right? But then certain parts, like this yellow chunk, would be things like stock options. So they say to Bungie executives, we'll pay you each like 50 million if you stay on, and in 3 years or 5 years, you've reached these profitability targets. So if you're making money, if the company is healthier than ever, if you launch Marathon and it reaches this amount of profitability, or sells this many copies, or reaches this Metacritic score, whatever the standards are that they could put in there, they could put in whatever they want. But they have these standards and definitions of what they need to do to achieve this. And what the conspiracy theory basically is that Sony has a bunch of these going out to executives at Bungie, and they're really pissed that they've basically wasted all of this money at this point, and they feel misled and lied to and deceived. So the conspiracy theory, allegedly, is that they're going to basically screw over the Bungie executives by forcing them to put Marathon out in September, so they don't have the ability to achieve the standards that were outlined, so they don't have to pay them these stock options. So the Bungie executives don't get their big payday, which would be really funny. Would be really, really funny if that's what's happening. Likely, it's not. Most of the Bungie executives have already made bank, but it would be really, really funny if they found a way to screw over the executives that basically screwed them out of $4 billion. But I guess time will tell. Time will tell. Yeah, Sony didn't want them to buy another car. Another car. I forgot that that's the Bungie executive. He's the car guy. Okay. Oh, you want to see something kind of cool? This is like a little bitty thing, but I can show you. Yeah, that trailer was the one I'm talking about. I don't know if you ever reacted to it. If you played the first one, definitely recommend. Yeah, we would have looked at it back during the Game Awards. I don't know if there's any updates. I'll pull it up. I still have it pulled up here. Because it's coming summer. Is it coming? Yeah, it's coming this summer. Maybe we'll check it out when it launches. That Baron thing. Okay. The golden car parachute. Bungie should have taken over The Last of Us Online instead of trying to force Marathon. No, they said to Naughty Dog that they didn't think that game had the potential for long-term player retention, which is freaking hilarious when you look at Marathon. They said that The Last of Us Online didn't have player retention, and then they try to launch Marathon. Now, I'm not saying that The Last of Us Online would have retained players for hundreds of hours. All I'm saying is that you are asking, like, I don't know, like a syphilitic troglodyte for advice on skincare. Like, it doesn't make any sense. You're asking the worst possible source for advice because they clearly don't know what they're talking about. And they've demonstrated it through their actions, okay? The analogy was messy, I'll give you that, but still. Sounds like Bungie sabotaged Naughty Dog. I mean, both things could be true. It could be true that The Last of Us Online was not ready. It could be true that it was not ready and it wasn't going to be good. That's possible. It's possible like it honestly was not going to be good. And that, a broken clock is right twice a day. It could have been that like Bungie said this isn't going to work and they happen to be right. But it's still like they're the worst possible messenger. They're the worst possible messenger for that. Especially after all this. It's just really stupid. Anyway. Okay. Let me show you this. This is something little. Hold on. Let me This is it. That's not the tab I was looking for. Is this it? I think this is it. Okay. New mini segment. Okay, I came across this on Twitter, X, whatever, and I had to mention it and show it to you because it's interesting. It's interesting. If you missed it, I mean, of course, right now we're talking about GTA 6. We're talking about all the stuff Rockstar's doing with that. It's going to be a crazy big game. It's going to be super cool. But some people have started wondering what's after that. Like, do they try to do Red Dead 3? I'd be surprised. Like, maybe, but I'd be surprised if they did that. So people have wondered what's the next project. And the rumors have been going around for years at this point. I have an article pulled up here from September 22nd of 2022. Speculating that the next project is actually a medieval game. Something totally different than what they've done before. And there's a new little thing I want to show you relating to this from one of the senior environment artists at Rockstar, just to tickle your fancy, okay? Just to tickle your fancy. To give you a little rundown on what this is, basically in this article, as you can see from 2022, so it's been around for a long time. The rumor basically goes, okay. A now edited LinkedIn post from Rockstar character artist Pavas Sakhina? I'm not sure. Point 2, Project Medieval, a title that was rumored to be shelved some years ago by the company, but is now back in active development. Basically, the expectation was that they were working on this in pre-production, which could mean 5 people, could mean 30 people, we don't know. But the rumor and speculation was that they were trying to come up with an idea for a medieval game that they could make, and they couldn't really settle on it, and so they shelved it for a bit, and then they decided to pull it back out around the time of the launch of Red Dead 2, and they started revisiting that and doing pre-production on it during the development of GTA 6. That's the speculation, at least. Okay. Their description of his current projects at Rockstar previously revealed that he was creating, quote, this is the big bit. It's archived post. I think it's been deleted. Damn it. It's okay. It's okay. They quote it. So it was originally posted on LinkedIn, but that has since been edited and deleted. But this is the quote from it. He was working on, quote, creating modular environment pieces with organic finish, carefully following medieval architectural style. And a lot of people immediately went, you're working at Rockstar, who at this time had just finished Red Dead 2, done some work for Red Dead Online, and now we know we're working on GTA 6. And yet you had an environment artist that was working on modular assets following medieval architectural styles? Why would you need to make medieval stuff for GTA 6? It doesn't make sense. Some people were like, oh, maybe there's like a medieval times in the game. If you don't know medieval times, it's, I mean, Disney World's cool, but this is way better. Medieval times, there are these kind of campy restaurants. They have them all over the place, at least in the US. I don't know if they're international or not, but basically they're like these dinner theaters where you go, you sit, you eat chicken legs and turkey legs, and like there's little shows where they sword fight and they ride horses around. It's a fun thing. It's fun. It's very campy and stupid, but it's cute. You wear little crowns and it's very cute. We have a good time. But that's actually where that sword is from. Because I went to medieval times when I was a little bitty kid, and I was probably like 7 or something. And I was like, I want a sword. And my parents responsibly said, no, you're a child. You don't need a sword. But I made a mental note. I was like, one day I'm going to be an adult and I will get a sword. And I did. Okay. Childhood dreams unlocked. You can live your dreams. Don't let your dreams be dreams. That's all I'm saying. So people are like, maybe there's a medieval times in GTA 6 and there's like a whole mission in it. And that's why he was creating assets in a medieval architectural style, was because they were going to put a medieval times in it. Maybe I feel like that's a stretch, but maybe. But why did I bring this up again here? Well, because a voice actor, Michael Bryan, tweeted this out, and I saw it and I had to share with all of you. Following a senior environment artist at Rockstar and seeing these beautiful medieval fantasy images has me really hyped that something that might not even exist. This is probably just a passion project for you, but please make this happen at Rockstar. No response from him, no response from the artist, but what did he share? Well, this is Jonathan Gregory Bick, who is a senior environment artist at Rockstar Games working on GTA 6. And he shared these personal project pictures. This is very common where artists, they'll, of course, work at the studio on their main project, but then they will go and work on stuff in their personal time just to kind of stretch their creative muscles, try something different and experiment. And some people are like, oh, is this practice for what he's going to be doing after GTA 6? Maybe not, but maybe. But it gets the gears turning to think, what if you got like a Rockstar quality scale open world medieval game? My God, can you imagine? I would lose it. Rockstar's next game, so in 15 years. Yeah, in 15 years. So it's very exciting. It's cool. It's a cool concept, but I do have to just wonder if it's unreasonable or even possible. You just never know. Oh, I think our guest just arrived back at the house. I think our guest just arrived back at the house. If you're on the Discord, you know what I'm talking about. We have a special guest today. A special guest. Let me just text Nikki. Yeah, it's Todd. Todd came over. We're having a play day. Stop. The IRS. Yeah, they're like, sir? No, dude, with how much money I gave the IRS, they should be coming and bringing me donuts and stuff, dude. Okay. I want Rockstar to tackle a pirate game, man. Dude, don't tell me. Don't even get my hopes up, Celtic. Don't even get my hopes up. Can you imagine? Dude, I'd be so insufferable. You don't even know. You guys like, oh, Luke with Mafia is already annoying. Can you imagine if there was a pirate game made by Rockstar coming out? Can you imagine? I would never shut up. My life would be complete. The only thing better than that would be like a Rockstar game set in like ancient Egypt, and you're like a magi who has to fight off grave robbers and stuff. There's all sorts of cool stuff you could do. Parlay. Yeah, dude. Be so great. Be so great. That's all I want. But anyway. So who knows if this actually ends up going anywhere? It could just be a fun little side project to see people fishing down in the water. You never know. It could just be, something he's doing just for fun, or it could be a sign of something to come. Probably just, for fun. Nothing more than that. But it does give you gets the gears turning. What would that actually look like? Because most Rockstar games follow a similar vibe and play style and rhythm. They're a little slower, more immersive, but they're not really like big RPGs. So it would be more linear, certainly, but also very much open world. And it's like, how do you keep that engaging? How do you keep that fun? Like they managed to do it with Red Dead 2. I would imagine it would play very, very similar to Red Dead 2 with like hunting, with all sorts of stuff like that. But there's enough little bitty things to be like, maybe that might be happening. That might be happening. So we'll have to keep an eye on it. I would love for them to do Bully 2. Dude, Bully 2 would be really, really cool. Bully is just tricky because Bully was a really weird game for the time. Like just transparently, Bully is a weird game. I love Bully, but it is really weird. Like and I don't know how well like you could make a next gen version of it. Some people are like, oh, well, it'd be too problematic. And certainly there's problematic bits. Do they have the bit with Halloween? Biology 1, the candidate Halloween. Like, look what one of the kids dresses up as for Halloween.
Wishing I could be more like you.
Yeah, whatever.
But I'm cursed.
Yeah, really.
Yeah.
Like, I don't think... I think the game would be very different. If anybody could get away with it, it would be Rockstar, let's be honest. But I don't know if you could retain that same vibe and feeling. It's also, I mean, Bully is a game all about, kids. And I think that Rockstar wants to try and continue honing in on the more adult crowd. So I don't know if they're that interested in revisiting it. It's also like, I don't know, for Rockstar nowadays, part of their strength is these massive scale open worlds. And I don't know how you make a Bully game with that massive open world. A part of Bully's design is that it's much tighter in scope, just by way of how it's, laid out. And it was partially like technical restrictions at the time and stuff. But I don't know if you'd be able to do, if people would be satisfied with a game set on just one large school campus. You could revisit and be like, oh, he's in college now, but then how do you pursue the bully theming? I think there's plenty of room for like making fun of college campus culture and all sorts of cool stuff you could do with it. But I would expect them to be much more likely to do like a medieval game before they did like a sequel to Bully. And I love Bully. I just think it's way more likely they do a medieval game first. But yeah, Bully, man, what a weird game. It's crazy. It's such a bizarro game. Oh. Okay, should we talk about this real quick? Okay. Let me touch on this. I want to show you this. This is also kind of cool. Kappa Claus, thank you for 23 months, almost at 2 years. That's crazy. Thank you. Hope you're doing well, dog. It's hard to imagine a Rockstar game without cars, horses, and guns, but I'm open to the idea. I mean, they could do horses. The question is whether they do like fantasy stuff or if it's just straight medieval. We don't actually know. But I think it could work. I think the tricky thing for them specifically with a medieval game is that it's an entirely new combat system. Like there is no overlap with like what they used for Red Dead, for GTA, and what they would have to do for the medieval game. So from the ground up, they'd have to build a new combat system. And that brings with it like, okay, how do we handle weapons? How do we handle gear and equipment and armor and stuff? Do we have separate systems for that? Do we allow crafting of those? Or is it more like Red Dead where you have cores, where those cores can be expanded based on your experience or so? Like all of that has to be redone and it would have to be totally, totally new. So it's a big undertaking for them, but that might be exactly what they're hoping for. You know, they might be looking for a challenge. And after doing GTA 6, they might be like, give us something totally new, something totally different. Maybe, I mean, that could be a fun thing for them. Could be, exactly what they need. Oh, Jimothy, hold on. Let me see. My thing is frozen. Hold on. Okay, where am I? Okay, read that one. Let's see. Judson, thank you for the 5. Marathon will die if Bungie continue the MVP route in 2025, knowing their competition has more content and stuff to provide a good extraction shooter. Yeah, I mean, I don't think they can compete with Arc Raiders right now. And the fact that so many people tried Marathon and then tried Arc Raiders and kept playing Arc Raiders but left Marathon behind, I think that says so much. I think that tells you pretty much everything you need to know. Because the moment people were not being sponsored to play Marathon, they went over and played Arc Raiders for free. And I think that's something you can't really argue with, because people are voting with their time. And that's the thing with streamers. It's like you can pay them to play your game for a while, but the litmus test for its success is not what they're playing when they're being paid to play it, but what they're playing when they're just playing what they want to play. What their audience likes to see, what they want to play, and what they want to spend their time doing. And people were moving towards Arc Raiders and having a good time with that, but they were giving up on Marathon after just a handful of hours. And I mean, that alone is like the big red flag you can't really argue with. You can debate like certain elements of the design. You can debate that it's going to be better by launch. You can debate that they'll add this or add that. But you can't really argue with the fact that the entire industry of streaming seemed fairly unenthused by Marathon, but they were really impressed with Arc Raiders. And I think it's because Arc Raiders just has a lot more. And it's because they haven't rushed it, you know? They're not trying to shove it out probably a year or two before it's ready. Marathon needs a lot more time, but I don't think they're going to get given it. But we'll see. Jimbo, thank you for the membership, by the way. Thank you. Let's see. Read that one. Jimothy, thank you for the 5. I personally think Marathon is an amazing extraction shooter. It does a fantastic job of extracting the fun out of the shooter. Yeah, they had a game designer who just really misunderstood the assignment. It was just like, oh, that's what extraction shooter means? Oh, man. Oops. Messed that up. Oh, sorry, guys. That's my bad. Oh, jeez. Jimbo, thank you for the 5. Oh yeah, we read that one about Destiny Rivals. I'm sorry, Jimothy, that I missed that one. Somehow I read right past it. Let's see. And then I read that one. Read that one. Yeah, the Destiny Rivals making a comeback. I think they're definitely hoping it recoups some, but it's definitely not enough to save the company. Okay. We're there. We did it. Let me show you this. News Simon. Have you guys ever wondered how these companies keep things secret? Have you ever wondered that? Because I've always found it fascinating how some of these games can be so like hush hush for so long, and then sometimes they just start to spill out of nowhere. I mean, it just everything starts to pour out. From being totally unknown to just everything is known in a very short period of time. But I also find it fascinating each company's specific policies for avoiding leaks and rumors and speculation and stuff. The most obvious one, of course, being NDAs, non-disclosure agreements. You sign a piece of paper saying if you leak this, there's a ton of bad things that can happen to you. Even members of my team, my employees have had to sign those where like if we are making a video on something before the embargo lifts and we're going to launch it right as the embargo hits, they have to sign an NDA. And if they were to leak footage similar to what happened with Mr. Matty Plays and the Dragon Age thing, they would face major repercussions. And I mean, basically the idea is if they leak stuff, their life is ruined. And that's how these companies work, is if you leak stuff, your life is ruined. That's kind of how they do it. So that's the obvious one. But Oh, do you guys want to meet the new co-host before we talk about this? You want to meet the new co-host? If you're on the Discord, you met him already. Hey, Poppers. Do you want to say hello to everybody? He's been having a good day. Do you want to say hi? Welcome. Yeah, this is the new co-host. He's just a little guy. Oh, thank you. Oh, everything smells so interesting.
His little tail is wagging.
It's like, oh, I like the lights. Yeah, these ears, dude, they go on for days. When he drinks water, the ears dip into the water bowl before his mouth gets there. So every time he drinks, his ears just get drenched. He's a good guy. Yeah, he'll grow into them. Oh, don't shake. It's okay.
Yeah, pretty car sick today.
Oh. He's new to the family as of yesterday. So he's still a little skitsy, a little nervous. Yeah.
Jimbo 404 donated $10 through Super Chat. Is his name Todd? So we can praise him as well?
His name is not Todd. I pitched Todd Howard. Nikki did not like that. So his name is not Todd Howard. Yeah, buddy. He just got, he has the old man face.
That's why I like him.
Yeah. But what's also cute is when he lays like this, his paws are like completely limp. Like he just melts into you. He's so sweet. He's a good guy. Is he having a good day?
Yeah, I mean, we've been running around mostly.
Yeah. You want to go play?
We got a kennel, so we can go kennel train.
Oh, good.
Mm-hmm.
Yeah. He's doing good. He's figuring out the potty thing. That's the big thing for him right now. Why go potty outside when you can do it on the floor? That's what I'm talking about. That's the real question. He doesn't look impressed with anything. Yeah, it's very cute. We took him on a walk yesterday, and initially, like, you set him on the ground and he just sits. He's very nervous. He's very shaky. He doesn't want to walk. He doesn't want to do anything. But then, like, Lockie and Ori started running up in the grass along the way, and he saw them running, and then, like, you could see in his little brain, he's like, oh, that looks kind of fun. And so he started running with them and having a great time, and his tail's going crazy. And so he loosens up a lot. But yeah, he's only 8 weeks old.
Blue tick coonhound.
Yeah, a blue tick coonhound is his breed. When he's old, he's gonna look like this. They get pretty big. Like, if we don't neuter him and stuff, They can get to be like 80 to 100 pounds.
120 is the max.
120 is the max. Yeah, they can get pretty big. But yeah, he'll grow into his ears for sure. Oh, that's a good boy. You'll probably look kind of like that. At the brown.
You say, no,
paws.
I'm way more handsome.
He's like, no, I'm way more handsome.
Knowing you guys, I'm gonna be fat.
Yeah.
You guys like McDonald's
that's cute.
too much.
But yeah, he's a good puppers. He's a good puppers, but he's very little. How are the cats doing? The cats are doing very, very good. The cats, like I was more worried about them. Like we're doing a really slow introduction, but Finley just seems unbothered. He's like, okay, hey dude, just moves on with his day. Hermione's still iffy. Like they aren't getting too close. Finley will go up and like sniff him, and they'll look at each other and stuff. They're fine, but yeah, they've been totally chill with it. Ori's been adorable. Ori's like, my puppy. Where's my puppy? Yeah, Ori loves him a lot. Yeah, he's a good fella. He's a good fella. Those are awesome hunting dogs. Yeah, it's the whole thing with him is his breed is all about going and hunting raccoons primarily is what they've been bred for, but they also are used for hunting other stuff. And it's just so soft. He's so limp. Look at that. Oh, it's okay. It's okay. The one thing is that they're trained to alert, and so they can be very loud. But he happens to be a very, very quiet. Oh, my hair. He's a very quiet fella too. He's very quiet.
You haven't been in the car with him for the last 2 hours.
Yeah, until he's in the car. He looks so soft. He's very soft. The ears are.
Did you tell him his name?
No.
Why not?
I wasn't sure if you changed it in the last 2 hours.
You want it to be Esquier, but right now it's
Yeah,
Romeo.
I thought Esquier would be a cute name, but yeah, his name is Romeo. You handsome little fellow. He's like, I'm so tired. He just wants to sleep all day.
The kids are easy.
Yeah, you're good. Thank you. Thank you. Once he gets potty trained better or at all, I think the goal is to have a little doggy bed back there so he can come in and chill with us and sleep while we're. It's okay. I got it. Don't worry. Oh, you got it. But yeah, the goal is eventually to have a little bed in here so he can join us during streams, because the guy we rescued him from, they had a couple of other pups as well, and they 3 puppies like that are tough to handle, so they couldn't take care of them all. So they were trying to find them new homes. So we rescued him from them, and he was saying that the guy was saying that like they are very lazy. He's like, they are very active when they're active, but they're only active like really on top of it for like 4 hours a day. And then when they choose to like be active, they're good to go. But he's like, if you let them, they'll sleep like 20 hours a day. He's like, just be ready. He's like, sometimes it might even worry you how much he's sleeping. They just sleep a lot. He was saying his dad, that, Romeo's dad, is a super active hunting dog and is very energetic and crazy for 4 hours a day. But other than that, he is a cuddly, sleepy, like couch potato. He said that's the other thing is they are crazy cuddly. Like all they want to do is sit on your lap and be pet. And they're very protective. They're super sweet with kids, and that's true. They're very, very good with kids, and he's been so good with the kids already. He's like, just be ready, because they like their they like their couch potato times. They're very cute. Yeah, he said they have old man spirits. That's kind of the vibe they give off. But it's a blue tick coon hound is the name of the breed. And so the one thing with them is that they tend to be very, very loud when they alert to something. So if he's in the backyard and there's like, I don't know, in our last house, we had like moles in the backyard because we lived next to a field by like a big, where they grew like corn or whatever crops. And so we had problems with moles and gophers and stuff. And I think it was a gopher more likely, but there was a gopher that would dig, and just, you'd wake up one morning in the backyard in your grass, there's just a big pile of dirt and a hole in the ground. He is like bred for tracking those down, digging them out, and bringing them to you. Like, that's what, he's a hunting dog. That's what they do. And when they find it, they're bred, and it's just in their body to alert. And they alert very, very loudly. So you can hear them through a forest and figure out where they are. But as a result, like, you just have to be ready. You know, you have to be ready for the noise. So, yeah, we have a trainer actually locally in town here that we've heard amazing things about. So he's going to go, and we're going to get him trained up, and we're going to be very on top of it. But he's a cutie. He's a cutie. So our newest co-host, ladies and gents, Mr. Romeo. He's a good little fella. I brought you a trophy, Father. Yeah. I was telling Nikki, I was like, we will never have problems with with like rodents probably ever again, because he will find them. Like, that's what he's bred to do. He will hunt them out. And already, like, he puts his nose to the ground. He's got the really wet hunting dog nose, you know, and he can track things down. Like, at one point Ori had taken we had like this chewing, you know, whatever stick, like, that has bacon or whatever scent, or I don't remember what it's called, but it's like a treat, like a longer treat that he chews on and noms on. And Ori had grabbed it and run into the other room with it, and Romeo didn't see it, didn't know what happened to it, but you could tell he was looking for it. He checked in his little doggy bed where he had left it, and so then he stuck his nose to the ground and he sniffed it out, and he tracked it straight into the other room where Ori was. I was like, okay, yeah, he's good at what he does. The nose is working. It was very cute. Okay. Be careful letting him in the office. He'll hunt your mouse. I fully expect that, you know, I think he'll be better in the office than the cats. The problem is Finley, he gets jealous of the attention I give to the camera. So Finley will sit right in front of the camera, like right here, and he'll also chew on cables because it gets a reaction and gets you to pay attention to him. So Finley can't really be in here. Same with Hermione. But my hope is once Romeo's all trained up, we can just get a doggy bed, let him chill there, and then I can put bells on the door or whatever, and he can ring them when he needs to go out. We just train him like that. But yeah. He's a good guy. Do your cats and dog get along? Yeah, they've been great so far. The big thing is to introduce them when they're really little. Like, if he's been raised to the point where, like, he's never seen them before, he'll probably think that they're another thing he needs to hunt. But because he's so little, he's only 8 weeks old. He's very little. So he's just like, oh, you're friends? Okay. The guys that we rescued him from, they said that they're currently on a farm, and they have chickens. He's like, even though these are like hunting dogs, they don't mess with our chickens. They don't mess with them at all because they've been raised with them. And so they just understand the chickens. You don't mess with the chickens. It's a good way to do it. Yeah. Yeah, the hardest thing is when they get on animal scent, getting their attention redirected is tough. Yeah, Seth, that's the one thing we've seen everywhere is once they're very one-track minded. Once they get alerted to something, that is all they can think about until they've like found it and resolved it in their mind. So once they hyperfixate on something, you're locked in. So it's really crucial. Everybody's like leash 24/7. Like, if you take him outside, he's on a leash. None of this like, well, I trained him and he can heal pretty well. Like, no, because once he gets a scent of something, he's bolting. And so we just have to be very on top of it there, and which is fine. Like, I would never want to take him on walks unleashed, like, anyways. So like, we don't need that. He's just like me for real. Mine takes care of the field mice and moles by the river we live on. Fantastic rodent reduction. Yeah, it was good. They're good at it. Does yours bring them to you and like present them? They said that that's why this breed is particularly tough to train, because they view humans as like they view humans as kind of like their followers. And so they are like, you need to follow me because you're too stupid to get your own food. I've seen you can't hunt, so you're going to follow me. So they kind of view you as the follower and themselves as the alpha. And I find that very funny. Very, very funny. But yeah. Let's see. I was going to show you guys this. I forgot where we were going, but I found it. I found it. Okay. Dude, I love Reddit sometimes. Some of these guys are crazy elaborate. It's absolutely wild. Absolutely crazy. But okay, I'll show you this. Let's say I read that one. Thank you, Jimbo, again for the 10. That was very generous. And DJ Puck, thank you for the sub with Prime over there. That's wonderful. You're a dumb Bethesda companion to them. Yeah. Exactly. That's basically right. Yeah. He just they're like, no, you're clearly too stupid to get your own food. Hermione does the same thing. She'll like, if she finds a mouse, we haven't had any mice in this house, thank goodness, but in the last house, because we lived next to that field, there would every once in a while be a mouse or something that she would find like in the garage or something. And so one time she very much like found a mouse and messed this thing up, but it was still like kind of alive. And I woke up in the first thing in the morning and I opened the door from our bedroom and I look out and Hermione's just sitting on the floor right outside our bedroom looking up at me, and at her paws is this dying mouse. She sees me, leans down, and then like straight up executes it and killing it, and she's got like blood on her teeth and everything from killing it, then looks back up at me like, breakfast, you're welcome. And then like she just walked away. I was like, still kind of groggy. And I'm like, what just happened? But that's what happens. Hermione was like, clearly you're too stupid to get your own breakfast. So I brought you this. You're welcome. Fresh killed. Boom. It was like, okay. Finley, he's largely incompetent. Okay. Finley's the big white cat I have. He's a total sweetheart. The dude literally couldn't kill a fly if he was trying to, like, because he has basically only one good eye because he has the big scar on his cornea on the one eye. He has like no paw-eye coordination. So like he can't even like bat it even if he wants. Like he's kind of blind. And so he's totally helpless. But Hermione is a good hunter. She's a very good hunter. Maine Coon, no, Hermione is a tortoise something, like I don't remember the exact name, but she's like black with little brown wavy bits in her fur. And then Finley is just a gigantic white and orange cat. He was spayed before we got him because we rescued him right in the wake of Hurricane Harvey. He was born in Texas and they threw him on a truck and drove just north, and they were dropping off as many cats at different shelters as they could because they were trying to get away from the hurricane. And so we rescued him when he was a kitten, and he had the scar on his cornea when we rescued him. And they're like, we don't know exactly what it is or how he got it, but he just has it. He's fine. He just is like, he basically only has one good eye. Like he has both eyes, but just one is scarred up to the point where he can't see out of it. So he was spayed when we got him, but he's already a huge cat. Like he's like a 17, 18 pound cat. He's a big cat. I can only imagine how big he would have gotten if he had not been spayed when he was little. Like he's a big cat. Not like he has had times where he's a little too chunky, certainly, but he's also just a massive cat. You know, we took him to the vet whenever that would have been, November, December, something like that. And they're like, yeah, he could lose a little weight, but he's just a monster. Like he's just huge. Like he's just bigger than most dogs, like most small dogs. He's just a big guy. Yeah. Anyway. There we go. Okay. Let's talk about this now. Let's do this. Luke SAG-AFTRA just filed a complaint towards the AI Darth Vader in Fortnite. Oh, really? That's the like thing that was filed against the AI Darth Vader that people were talking about. Oh, okay. Thank you, Chancellor, for letting me know. Yeah, well, let's be honest, it's mainly being done because they don't have to pay the AI voice actor because there isn't one. So like, oh, you're on strike right now? Okay. We still have to put something out, so we're just going to use the AI thing. I don't know what the complaint will achieve. I don't know the rules of that or what the recourse is, but yeah, it's pretty clearly being done for that. Huh. Chancellor? No, Chanster. Let's see. Okay. Let's talk about this real quick because I got distracted by our adorable co-host. Also, Diversus Connor, thank you for the 5. Just upgraded my PC, my 6-year-old PC 1 hour ago. KCD2 and Cyberpunk loading or downloading. You are first thing it sees. 5070. I've never seen ray tracing before. You're about to live an amazing life, my friend. Buckle up. The one big thing is once you move from non-ray tracing to ray tracing, you might not have been a frequent connoisseur of DLSS or FSR or any of those upscalers. You basically need to use it, and it's okay, but you basically need to use it for upscaling and ray tracing. But especially with Cyberpunk, don't be afraid to use it. It's okay. It's okay. Some people like view ray tracing as like a bad word or a naughty thing that you don't use if you, like unless you absolutely have to. But seriously, it's useful in those games because it'll make it actually playable, you know. But do that. It'll change your life. It'll change your life. But welcome, my friend, to the age of ray tracing. Welcome. It's glad to have you. Glad to have you. And I'm glad to be breaking in your PC. That sounds raunchy, which is intentional. You're welcome. Okay, let's do this. I want to talk about this. News segment. I'll just do it over again, Jacob. We'll just do it from the top. News segment. So I've been curious how a lot of these companies keep things secret because they'll work on these things for 4, 5, 6, 7 years at a time. And it's always amazed me how some companies are able to keep things totally secret and even sometimes shadow drop stuff. And then other companies really, really struggle. Sometimes it's sometimes they're able to keep the story secret, but maybe some gameplay leaks or vice versa. Sometimes everything leaks. It's just a spread. And, you know, I just find it interesting how different companies have different policies. Because, like, Rockstar has been very successful at keeping the game locked down traditionally, which is why it was so remarkable when they had the leaks. Was that like a year or a year and a half ago, where so much stuff leaked, gameplay footage, all of that stuff leaked. It was shocking because that never happens with Rockstar. And Naughty Dog also historically had a really good time or really good luck keeping things secret, which is why it was so jarring when stuff leaked for The Last of Us Part 2. But Intergalactic, the one of the actors for Intergalactic, the Heretic Prophet, the upcoming Naughty Dog game, revealed some information on how they avoid leaks at Naughty Dog in their games, at least in theory. So as you can see, spotted on Gaming Leaks, Dexerto recently interviewed Stephen A. Chang, one of the actors from Intergalactic, the Heretic Prophet. Chang's character is yet to be revealed, but was spotted in one of the photos from the game's first trailer. Players might remember Chang as Jesse from The Last of Us Part 2. Okay. During this interview, Chang revealed that he has just started filming his scenes for the Intergalactic, the Heretic Prophet, and how Naughty Dog avoids leaks. So he's just now filming. Kind of reaffirms the idea that this, some people were saying, oh, it's going to drop first thing in 26. No, I think most likely it's the Horizon Online MMO early 26, Wolverine late 26, and then I think Heretic Prophet doesn't come out until 2027. That's my guess. And then I think maybe we see the next God of War thing in like 2028 as a PS6 launch title or something. That would be my guess. Something like that. But time will tell. Having said that, Chang confirmed that he has, quote, started doing some work for the next Naughty Dog game, end quote. However, developers keep this project very close to the chest. The actor stated that he is as familiar with the game as the fans are, noting that he got access to the trailer maybe a week before they released it. Also shared that a friend of his who is working on the game is as in the dark as Chang is, even asking him, is this The Last of Us Part 3 that we're doing? He doesn't even know. That's insane. Imagine being hired to do something and you're like, I don't even know what game we're working on. Like, I have no idea. Naughty Dog only sends pieces of the script to the actors. Chang explained that Naughty Dog is handling Intergalactic Heretic Prophet like they did with The Last of Us Part 2. The actors are being asked to film in sections and are only receiving pieces of the script, which are sometimes, quote, not even chronological, end quote. Right now, he is waiting for another script so that he can put the pieces together just like everybody else. Chang's statement suggests that the developers have tightened up the security procedures for their leaks, trying to avoid any loose ends. The actor also stated that Intergalactic The Heretic Prophet is going to be the next big thing, end quote, which seems like a weird thing to say when you don't know what it is. Might be true. I'm just saying I don't think you even know. This is going to be the next big thing. What is it? Well, I don't know. I have no idea. That's basically what's happening here. This got me thinking of some of the other games that have had leaks. Of course, The Last of Us Part 2 had a lot of leaks that they dealt with. That was mainly because, allegedly, of the remote work stuff that was happening. Because if you recall, The Last of Us Part 2 was originally supposed to launch like early first few months of 2020. And then something happened in early 2020, and they delayed it indefinitely. And eventually would launch it in June. But while they initially were delayed indefinitely, everybody was sent home and they stopped working in the office. So they frantically came up with some work from home stuff and tried to do everything based off of their server at the studio. However, there was some sort of backdoor access and somebody was able to hack in and get access to a ton of different stuff. Big oops. Oopsie poopsie. But that's why that leaked. It wasn't because of any broader policy. It was kind of a very unique situation, certainly. But one of the examples of a company that has long struggled, like they're very secretive, but they've had mixed success with it, is of course Bethesda. I found this thread from Timmy8 from 5 years ago, posted on r/games. And basically he collected all of the assorted leaks for Fallout 4, going all the way back to 2013. Because bear in mind, I mean, they released Skyrim and then they went silent. And all told, Elder Scrolls 6, very little has leaked about that game. Very, very, very little has leaked about that game. Especially when you compare it to how much stuff leaked for like Fallout 4 and Starfield. Tons of stuff leaked for Starfield in the lead up to its launch. But so far, Elder Scrolls 6 has been very, very quiet. But if you look back at this, in January of 2013, 3Dog, the voice actor who did the radio stuff in Fallout 3, said, to all my Fallout 3 and 3Dog fans, there may be more of the dog coming. Fingers crossed. Look at this old school Twitter layout. That's funny. People looked at this, were like, oh, interesting. Why do you know about this? But nobody, I mean, they just moved on. He further posted a bunch of tweets. Dear fans of Fallout, some have wondered if I've been playing a game regarding my initial post on a possible new game. Please know that I would never kid or bullshit fans of the game. Never. I posted the truth. Then I was asked to keep my mouth shut so Bethesda could do their secret work without being inundated with questions and rumors. So you proceed to tweet about it. Hey, could you please be quiet and not share anything about this? Oh, for sure, man. For sure. Let me just tweet about you asked me to keep quiet about it. Dude, you did the opposite of the thing you're supposed to do. I've only posted that, my fingers crossed, like all other fans of the game. That is another on the way. Nothing I've tweeted is bullshit or manipulation. I'm not trying to piss off this. I want to work with them and not jeopardize my relationship with them. I do hope. Dude, seriously, sometimes people just need to put the phone down. So often, it's like, just put the phone down. Just stop. They asked you not to talk about it. Don't talk about it. Just don't. Beyond that, later, there was a Fallout 4 info leak from an employee. A second potential look at the game comes from a post on R Gaming where he shares that he is friends with someone who works in public relations at Bethesda. He alleges that he has learned some details about the unannounced game, but they are not super concrete and subject to change. This was January 10th of 2013. This post, 13 years ago. Do they have the exact date of it? No, for some reason it doesn't tell you the exact date. Maybe there's a way to see it. I don't know. Oh, there it is. July 13th, 2012. I mean, this is even earlier, so I don't know which one this is. I've been hearing reports from people in the Boston area where my fellow Fallout obsessed brother lives that Bethesda has been in the Boston area doing initial research for Fallout 4. It's highly speculative, but the main rumors surround Bethesda's connection to the Institute, or what we call the Massachusetts Institute of Technology, or MIT. MIT, although populated in Cambridge and just across the river from Boston proper, still has a small town feel when it comes to the way news propagates through the community. It is students and staff at MIT that seem to be the ones talking most about it, and they would be in the position to know. I wouldn't be surprised at all if the rumors proved to be true in the coming weeks. Ended up being true. It's always so fun to go back and look at these things after the game launches and just see how much was true, because there's often little bitty tidbits about stuff that, you know, maybe you didn't even know was the case before. Shortly after that, in November of 2013, Fallout 4 trademark was filed by Bethesda in Europe. This isn't really surprising. Everybody knew that they were going to make one, but it wasn't confirmed yet. Leaked documents in December of 2013 were talking about leaked documents that said Fallout 4 was real. It was codenamed Institute. The casting documents, which have been able to confirm are real, include scripts, character descriptions, and other details about the next Fallout. And although the word Fallout does not appear in these scripts, there are several references to Fallout settings and locations. The casting director for this project also worked on other Bethesda games like Dishonored and Skyrim. This is the first confirmation we've received that the next Fallout game is in the works, although it's been generally assumed that BGS have been working on Fallout since completing Skyrim back in 2011. Bethesda has yet to announce the new game in any form. In 2012, rumors circulated that Bethesda employees were scouting Massachusetts Institute of Technology in Boston for an upcoming Fallout game, but other than that, news has been very thin. There was also a major hoax, the Survivor 2299 hoax, which was a whole other thing that's not really important to this discussion. Maybe we do a deep dive on that at some point. But this also, Jason Schreier, back in the day, worked at Kotaku, and I'm about to show you what got him, this actually is in fact what got him blacklisted. This right here, where 2 weeks ago a Kotaku reader sent him documents for the casting call. After he posted this in December of 2013, Jason Schreier, who now of course works at Bloomberg, he got blacklisted by Bethesda so hard that it caused major problems at Kotaku because they couldn't get coverage for any Bethesda project. It was a whole thing. Because he had the actual documents, the Fallout 4 casting script. And Todd has mentioned it a couple times when he was talking about, here it is. When he was talking about the whole process of developing and announcing that and all that. But, you put out a script that said war never changes. Everybody knew what that is. Everybody knew that. Everybody knew that. It was for the Prey leak. I could be mistaken. I thought it was for this. Either way, he leaked a lot of stuff at Bethesda, specifically Bethesda Softworks, the publishing arm of ZeniMax. And he upset some people at Bethesda. I'm sure this didn't help. I'm sure this made it worse. Later in, let's see, scroll down a little bit more. Hold on. Yes. So here we are. June 23rd of 2014. Someone played Fallout 4 and leaked the details. Ooh. It's an archived post. Okay. The fake employee leaker from last year. Before y'all say troll liar, except you can read more. Okay, so here we are. Fallout 4 is set in and around the Boston surrounding area and countryside. The downtown area is entirely controlled by the Institute, a group of techies and scholars, as well as researchers who devote their lives to technology. The countryside area is a wasteland with small towns and settlements, as well as vaults here and there. Logan International Airport is taken over by the Brotherhood of Steel, who are there trying to control technology and are currently waging a war against the Institute, as they both have disagreements as to who should be in control of the technology in the area. Meanwhile, Vault 79, located outside Boston, is under the control of the Railroad, a group of people dedicated to helping androids escape the Institute. Different factions. The Railroad returns from Fallout 3, where you only had a small glimpse of it during the replicated man quest. In this game, they are a full faction and are much larger. The Brotherhood of Steel returns and control Logan Airport. The Brotherhood of Steel are not the same as seen in Fallout 3. Instead, a similar Brotherhood of Steel to the one seen in classic Fallout games, as well as New Vegas, make an appearance. Creatures, super mutants return. It starts to sound pretty similar. Let's see. Gameplay. Play similar to Fallout 3 in New Vegas. You can play in third person or first, or on the PC version, a new classic mode that will put the game into a bird's eye view and play similar to classic Fallout games. That didn't end up happening, but maybe it was a thing for a while. Maybe they were experimenting with it. I don't know. This is also funny. So they claim that there was a PS3 and 360 version in the works. They claim, where was it? They claim that they were working on 5 total DLCs and a spin-off revealed by Behavior Interactive. October 2016 Fallout spin-off released. As I said, ask me about it, don't ask about this. If you do, 100% will be denied. Bethesda will not comment on rumors. P.S. I leaked some of the first Fallout 4 info by accident when it ended up in the hands of Kotaku. Oops. I think most likely what this is it's possible. I mean, to be clear, it's possible that maybe at some point a bird's eye view was in development. I think that would be very, very unlikely, because you can't just add that everything has to change. All the level layouts, everything has to change. So I think that's very, very unlikely, but it's possible that this guy had some info, or maybe some other info was collected from other leaks and other sources. But there's a few things that are very much on the money and very, very precisely accurate, which I, again, always find very, very interesting. But perhaps the main thing from all this is that I find it shocking more stuff does not leak. Like, at this point, these games are so massive. They hire so many thousands of people over the course of the game's lifetime that it seems so surprising that things don't leak way, way, way more frequently. And, I think it's a testament to the power of NDAs, certainly, but it's also just the general policy and how they handle this stuff, and handle leakers and stuff. Cause it's pretty rare to have somebody that's willing to jeopardize their entire career just to get some social media points by leaking something, even anonymously, which never made sense to me. You're going to leak something anonymously, so you're not even getting the attention. You're just I guess, messing with people, and you're going to potentially ruin your entire career by leaking it. Because if you get caught leaking something, they'll sue you. You're branded forever. No company will hire you. Your career is over because you decided to leak a script. It's not something you should ever do. If you signed an NDA, you signed an NDA. Don't break it. But with that, it's always just fascinating to me that they don't leak even more, because there's some games that leak like a sieve. We knew that the Oblivion remaster was coming. That was not a surprise. That was not anything, but it seems like that was mostly leaking from the marketing teams and the people who were not working on the game. For the vast majority of the game's lifetime, it didn't leak, and it was primarily the FTC hearings that caused the initial wave of speculation around it to come out. And if that hadn't happened, it makes me wonder if we would have ever known about it. It might have actually successfully leaked if they hadn't done that FTC thing. But it does. Let's see. Let me see if I can find it. Is this it? Let's see. Yeah. One of the ways they've also caught leakers, and I've heard about this happening at a certain large video game developer / publisher, which is very funny. It's very interesting. But basically, Elon, in 2008, how did you catch an employee who leaked the confidential data of Tesla and sold it to a news outlet? This is what Elon actually did. The team actually did. It's a quite interesting story. We sent what appeared to be identical emails to all like suspected employees who would be responsible, but each was actually coded with either 1 or 2 spaces between sentences, forming a binary signature that identified the leaker. So basically, like in each gap between sentences, they changed the number of spaces so you wouldn't be able to tell. But when the leaker highlighted, Control-C copied, it copied the spaces. And when they posted it to the news outlet, the news outlet copy and pasted it into the text. And then when it got published, they just went and counted how many spaces. Oh, it was this employee with this signature. Boom, it was this guy. And they caught him. Which is pretty clever. It's pretty funny. Okay. So I was talking to somebody who works very high up in a marketing position at a big gaming publisher and developer. And they said that they were using a similar technique to catch a person who had been leaking stuff, funnily enough, to outlets like Insider Gaming, because there's been people who send Tom Henderson stuff from like internal memos and stuff, and they want to find who's doing that. So they start coding stuff like this to catch them, which is pretty funny, just retype all the info. Yeah. But that's the thing is they catch people when they slip, when they're a little lazy, cause really, if you're on top of every little bitty thing, they probably can never catch you if you're really smart and really on top of every little bitty detail, which is always going to be the case. But it's the little mistakes. Somebody thinking, I'll just copy and paste it in, that's when they get you. That's how they do it. That's how they do it, man. Okay. Let's see. Oh, wait, is this a new? Oh, I was really excited. It was going to be like a brand new. We already got this though. Crimson Desert release window announcement trailer. I just scrubbed through it, and then it just says late 2025, which I thought we already knew. Is that not the? Did we not already know that? Maybe we didn't. It's good to see them being on GeForce Now. That's awesome. Glad to see that, but I was kind of hoping there'd be more info. I wonder if they're going to be at Summer Games Fest. I hope they are. I want to know more about it. With else still no release date. I think they were waiting for GTA 6, and maybe at Summer Games Fest they announced like October or November or something like that. Okay. Let's see, we went through that. Okay. We made good progress on all this today, fam. Jeez. Plowed through it. Let's see. I'm so excited for Crimson Desert. Yeah, dude, I'm just worried about performance. That's the big thing I'm worried about. That's the one thing. When things look too good to be true, you kind of got to pause and wonder. Ex-Bungie dev says Marathon leadership was, quote, extremely toxic and humiliating to work with. Bungie leadership needs to be gutted completely. Oh. Damn. Let's see. Spirit posted on Blue Sky saying, as a former Bungie employee who worked on Marathon, I feel for those still at the studio. Working with engineering / Marathon leadership was extremely toxic and humiliating. I won't speak about the rest, but Bungie leadership needs to be gutted completely. They worked as a senior software engineer from June of 22 to May of 24, per his LinkedIn profile. His comments shed more light on what appears to be a deeply troubled work environment. In his own words, he described the daily reality of working under leadership as extremely toxic and humiliating, making it clear that the issues were not just about the project's direction, but how the teams were treated on a personal level. This isn't the first time he's been open about his experience at Bungie. Last year, after the studio laid off more employees, he said he left Bungie because, quote, their leadership is the worst I've worked with. Rampant micromanagement, frequent toxicity and violations of their core values, and no ability to execute on their multi-franchise vision. Oh, every day was a fight for autonomy and trust. Every day was someone telling me I'm not allowed to speak on any issue or problem in a professional tone. Every day was someone telling me my industry experience didn't matter and that some failed CEO knows best as our sub-area lead. Oh, hold on. Let him cook. Let him cook. It was on our minds since the last layoffs in October of 23. We asked Pete, and his response was that it was a lever he'd pull again. They need to flush out leadership completely. My team was excellent, but it felt like everything else prevented us from doing anything meaningful. He also pointed out that repeated layoffs have only pushed the studio to rely more on contractors and even AI, making things even more difficult for the full-time staff. Quote, so when I hear that they laid off another round of my talented colleagues and friends, I feel angry. They're not at fault. They're not the ones who need to be canned. And every round only strengthens their resilience and or reliance on contractors and AI. No joke. I mean, I don't know what they're using AI for. Maybe just to help them with coding, because this is a programmer, it seems, an engineer, senior, like engineer or whatever. But I mean, it jives with what everybody else has heard. Everybody else has heard that the workplace is fairly toxic and the leadership sucks, and it seems like that's just more and more confirmed. And it really, really is just shocking how the mighty fall, you know? Oh my God. I just saw something very fantastic. Hold on. That's remarkable. Quick, we have to mention this. Let's see, Jack, thank you for the 5. Any big predictions for SGF? Elder Scrolls 6 maybe? No, I think Todd doesn't want to reveal it until it's closer. I think there's probably Starfield on PS5 and a Starfield expansion. I think we might see a snippet of gameplay for Fable, finally. Like I have to think that Xbox has something up their sleeve, because they've revealed and dropped so much prior to the summer show, which technically isn't Summer Games Fest. It's their own thing, but still. But I don't know. I really don't know. I think it's going to be a real surprise, whatever it is. You know, I'm personally hoping for some sort of remake of New Vegas. I would love that. Remake or remaster of New Vegas, but my hopes are not high. It's just such an obvious thing. It would print money for them, especially with season 2 of the show coming in December. That could be like the big mic drop moment. If they had a remaster of New Vegas or a remake of New Vegas coming, similar to the Oblivion one that nobody knows about, total surprise, and they drop it in December next to season 2 of the show, which is going to be in New Vegas. Tell me that's not printing money. Like, that is printing money. Zero doubt in my mind. Like, easy clap. Easy clap. But I don't know if they're going to do it. I really don't know. Marvel 1943. I think that's more of a Game Awards thing, because that's been delayed into next year now. So I think that makes sense to do a trailer at Game Awards closer to when it launches. But it would literally print. Yeah, that's what I'm saying, dude. It makes too much sense. Too much sense. But let me show you this. This is funny. Okay, let me show you this. News segment. So in case you missed it, as of yesterday, I believe, yesterday, The Witcher 3, it's 10 years old. 10 years old. A decade my boys and girls. That's insane. But it's been that long. It really has. It's aged, in my opinion, like a fine wine. I very much love it dearly, and that's not going to surprise anybody who's familiar with my content. But I think it's also, it's not just that the game is good, it's that it influenced the next decade of games. There are countless examples of games that have been developed where people have pointed to them, and later development teams have pointed to them as the direct inspirations for why they went the direction that they did. Similar to how I'm sure in the next few years, we're going to see a ton of games that are like, yeah, Elden Ring inspired us to do it this way. But The Witcher 3, like, for example, just with like Assassin's Creed Origins, the whole like pivot into like the massive open world RPG that Assassin's Creed took, they spoke very openly about how with AC Origins, they wanted to look to Witcher 3, how they set up like every side quest having a story, every interaction being based around an actual emotion. Like those core design principles started with The Witcher 3, and it inspired so many countless games after it. It really is a game that is incredibly influential, not just to gamers who played it and loved it and enjoyed it, but also to the broader industry. And it had a major impact as a result. And, it deserves all the praise that it gets. And as a result, today, people are going back and playing it again and giving it some more love. And I'm sorry, I just have to shout out Luality, who is doing another playthrough and decided to cosplay as a very recognizable and significant character from The Witcher 3. Just guess in chat. Which character do you think Luality decided to dress up as for her playthrough? Geralt would make sense. She dressed up as Roach. Which, when you know Luality, you know what? Makes sense. It's like, yes, she's not going to pick the obvious one. No. She's going to pick the craziest one you can think of. You gotta love Luality. Roach. All of The Witcher 3. I love it dearly. It's so good. We just played it last year. I played all the DLC. I played the story over again. I played so much of that game for that big video we did. I just love the game dearly. It's freaking fantastic. It's so good. And I cannot wait for Witcher 4. And that's the other thing, is that they've got a high freaking bar, dude. They got a high bar to pass with Witcher 4. I do not envy them, because they've got a tough bar to clear. But if anybody can do it, it's hopefully them, It's hopefully them. They've struck the right vibes, the right tone. And, similar to some other companies, obviously their most recent full release, Cyberpunk, left a lot to be desired in terms of quality and polish and stuff. I think they redeemed themselves a lot by fixing it and by doing the Phantom Liberty expansion, which is big enough to basically be its own game, let's be honest. And that reassured me that, like, okay, I think they've got it. I think that was a fluke and wasn't, the new norm. But as always, you should maintain healthy skepticism with any project or any company, especially when their most recent thing has been a major mess. It's a similar vibe that we're bringing up with Mafia Definitive Edition versus Mafia The Old Country. Mafia 3 was an unmitigated disaster and was an absolute train wreck when it launched. And even now it has lots of bugs and problems. But that game, I think with Definitive Edition, which is technically a spin-off remake project, I think that also reassured a lot of us that they still had what it took to make a solid game. And, I'm hopeful that Phantom Liberty is a similar indication of Cyberpunk and that comeback and what CDPR is able to do. Because, my God, just imagine a true next-gen fantastic Witcher game. Oh, inject it into my veins repeatedly. That's all I need. Jesus, dude. Oh, I can't wait. We might get another trailer for this. People were saying, oh, maybe what's the big surprise for Summer Games Fest? It's possible. I don't think it's likely at Summer Games Fest. I think maybe Game Awards, we get one more trailer, like another cinematic trailer, because they did a couple for The Witcher 3 as well, just to kind of keep it present in people's minds. But it's possible that we see something related to that. The other big one I think we see, remind me, what is the game being made by Witcher 3 former devs? It's like the vampire one. Do you guys know what I'm talking about? I cannot remember the name of it. Do you know what I'm talking about? The vampire. Dawnwalker. I think this one, we might see something with this. Being published by Bandai Namco. Gameplay reveal summer 2025. I mean, we should be seeing this. This one seems really interesting. Very similar vibes to The Witcher 3 as well. So if you like The Witcher 3, keep an eye on this, because this is also another, this is also another project being made by members of that same team. So if you like The Witcher 3, maybe, this is a good spiritual successor, something to keep you engaged, keep you hooked. Because they've shown some little bitty tidbits, but like the day-night cycle, these little snippets of what looks to be gameplay, maybe. This looks like gameplay. And I'm here for it, dude. Just imagine if we get a spin-off game by a different studio, a new studio, that's even 80% as good as The Witcher 3. We're still eating good, Just give me a little bit. Get me close to that, and I'll be happy. Oh, I'm a vampire simp, dude. Love vampire shit. Well, it's a great opportunity not just to explore really cool architectures, because I love vampiric settings typically as well, so I'm with you there. But also just in terms of broader like gameplay designs, there's all sorts of cool things you can do with it. Vampire, again, even though it's got plenty of problems and it's very much a AA game. Vampire, Vampyr, that's a really cool game just conceptually, because they have it all tied. Leveling is tied to how many people you consume their blood. So if you're more evil and you consume a lot of innocent blood, you become more powerful and the game gets easier because you basically level up past what you need to. But if you try to be moral and good and you don't consume anybody's innocent blood, you don't level up hardly at all. And so the game is way harder. So it's actually like the difficulty is based on your choices. Like if you want the game to be easier, you can do that, but you have to be a bad person, which is really kind of crazy. It's very weird. The game has plenty of other issues, don't get me wrong. It's not a perfect game, but it's a really cool game and very, very different and very interesting if you like vampire games. But yeah, just shout out to Witcher 3. Not a sponsor, unfortunately, but yeah, Witcher 3. Oh, baby. What a game. What a game. Its legacy will live on. And I cannot wait for The Witcher 4. Oh, shout out to the chess club.
Shout out to the chess club.
Damn right. Do I think we'll see AC Black Flag remake at Summer Games Fest? Maybe not at Summer Games Fest. I mean, it's possible. It's possible. What happened last year with AC Shadows is that they did a small trailer for Shadows at Summer Games Fest, or maybe it was the Xbox Showcase, but they did a small trailer and they pointed to Ubisoft Forward for the big reveal. This year, it seems like they're not doing Ubisoft Forward at all, which is probably okay. I mean, they don't really have much to show, so I think that's fine. But if we're trying to look at that to infer how they might handle it this time, I would expect maybe they do like a small trailer at the Xbox Showcase or at Summer Games Fest, pointing to the others. So maybe Summer Games Fest Showcase says full gameplay reveal of the Black Flag remake at the Xbox show, and then they do the full reveal there. But typically Ubisoft tries to kind of double dip into the different shows and get a little exposure here, pointing to this show over here. So we might get a little sizzle trailer at Summer Games Fest pointing to the other, and then a gameplay reveal. Or they might just not show anything. Honestly, a lot of companies are looking to they're looking to the Oblivion remake for inspiration, and are seeing that looks, I mean, that worked pretty well for them. It worked pretty well for them, just shadow dropping it. So yeah, I wouldn't be surprised if they do something similar, if they just like shadow drop it out of nowhere. But we'll see. Cool Pandas, thank you for the 5. I did a blood build in Vampire. The final boss was immune to all my attacks. Plus, I only ate the murderer and the rapist and still got a bad ending. Jesus. Now I kind of want to. I have to dig into that. That's interesting. Is the final boss really like fully immune to the blood builds? Really? It's been so long. I don't remember last time I rolled credits on it, but yeah, it's been a while. That's crazy though. It's always, nothing feels worse than building an entire like archetype of a character and then realizing the final boss, the hardest boss, is just immune to it. Like, what was it? I think it was my buddy Caleb. He played Elden Ring and he had a holy build. And is this it? Yeah. Yeah. He had a holy build. And so when he fought the Elden Beast, it's stronger again. So it's like resistant to it. You can still beat it with holy damage, but it's going to be way harder. Like way harder to do. And so he had this like super OP holy build, and then he got to the Elden Beast and it was just like, nope. Just nuh-uh. But that happens. That's why it's nice to have multiple build ideas and, you know, things going on at the same time, so you can go back and forth, explore. Okay. Let's see. Okay. Where am I? No, I'll be super hard. Yeah, do for real. Elden Beast was so disappointing. They should have removed it. I thought it was quirky and fun and weird. He definitely was not as exciting as like Radon or something like that. But the game had so much content by itself. It was fine. Wasn't too worried about it. Oh, Apple. Oh, uh-oh. My camera just restarted itself. That was weird. That's never happened before. Huh. Okay. That's weird. I didn't even have to touch it. It just fully restarted itself. I saw the little screen go dark and then it came back, but okay. Okay. Well, well, there you go. There you go. Let's see. Did I have anything else on my to-do list? I think there we talked about that. We talked about that. Let me double check my bookmarks. Oh yeah, Kojima said that his next game after Death Stranding 2, like his Fizzant game, is still like 5 to 6 years away. That will take me another 5 or 6 years. Maybe after that, I can finally decide to tackle a film. I grew up with cinema. Directing would be kind of an homage to it. Besides, I'm getting older. I would prefer to do it while I'm still young. This was the thing they announced, but they basically said nothing about it. He just stood in front of the camera and then, like, you know, with Herman Holst. But that puts it strongly in the PS6 era. Production will begin in earnest at Kojima Productions after Death Stranding 2. I don't know, man. 5 to 6 years is a while. It's a while, dude. We'll see. We'll see. We'll cross that bridge when we come to it. In 6 years. We have plenty of time. Also, kind of surprisingly, a game that's kind of making a comeback right now. Hold on. Steam DB. This is it. Yeah, look at this. So, Andor launched, really solid. Yeah, Andor did pretty well. People were really digging that and eating it up. So they booted back into Star Wars Battlefront 2, and it's actually started to pick up a good amount of traction. I just pulled it up right now, and it's starting to really like pick up a decent amount of steam. Granted, like these numbers are not like insane, but bear in mind, like I only have ever played Battlefront 2 through Game Pass, because Game Pass Ultimate or whatever includes EA access, which includes Battlefront 2. So you can buy it for $40 on Steam and play it there, or you can get it included with Game Pass. Easy money, easy clap. And it's actually kind of crazy, because if you go to the store page, let me show you some of the recent reviews. Like this. I don't know why the game died. I'm gonna be honest, because it's such a good game and has pretty good graphics too, so everyone should go and try and play it to revive it. Every now and then I hop back on just for nostalgia, and it's worth it every single time. Sad they abandoned the game though. Literally the best Star Wars game on the market, immense fun on the ground and the air. I think George Lucas would be proud. Love it. Battlefront, but Star Wars. Yeah, that's basically all you need. Heroes are unbalanced and matchmaking is atrocious. They acknowledge the memes though. Worth it alone for that. Get it on sale because EA doesn't deserve your money. Yeah, there's a hacker problem and it's not getting addressed. Avoid. What a shame. It's good otherwise. Thanks, EA. Simple gameplay, but somehow addicting, more addicting than it should be. Campaign is a lot of fun, having great visuals. All the bad reviews for this game is either because of hackers or trash EA Origin launcher. This is why the only fix is just play it on console. 200 hours in this review. This is one of the best Star Wars games in the world. Cool maps, characters, everything is awesome. People really dig it. People like it. And, you know, I actually booted into it last night. I played like an hour and a half of it or so, just getting back in and trying it. And it does play, you know, pretty solidly. The problem is just, and this is what people have forgotten, the problem for Battlefront 2 were the star cards, okay? Star cards were their, like, in-game card-based leveling system to improve your characters and everything. But they were so crazy. Let me show you. Okay, loot boxes explained. Here. This is from 7 years ago, November 2017. Oh, it's muted. Okay.
There's been a lot of talk about Star Wars Battlefront 2's loot boxes. Seems most people weren't happy with how they worked in the beta, and following this feedback, the game's creator DICE has gone on record to say that improvements and changes have been made. Having spent 16 plus hours with the final game, I can now tell you exactly what happens when you open a crate, what's in them, how you go about getting them, and how it impacts character progression in multiplayer. Let's start with opening one. Here's what it looks like. Here I'm opening the daily crate, which you just get for logging in. You'll see I get a single star card, a small amount of credits and some crafting points. Now I'm buying a loot box with credits earned in-game. You get credits for completing battles, for hitting milestones like getting 50 kills as an assault class or 25 in an X-Wing, and from other crates. You can also buy crates with crystals, which can be bought for real money. I don't know how much they cost at the moment, but that will become clear very soon. There are 3 types of box you can buy, and you can buy them with either credits or the crystals. These types of box are Trooper, Hero and Starfighter, and the rewards in them will be tailored towards those specific parts of the game. So, if you want a new star card for Darth Maul, for example, you're more likely to grab it from a Hero box. Now, you'll also see on the cards that there are 4 tabs at the top. This is the rarity of the card, and you will either get common, uncommon, or rare cards from the boxes. The final and best star card grade is Epic, which you can only achieve by upgrading your star card using crafting points. How do you get crafting points? There are 2 main ways. 1, you can get them in loot boxes, and 2, you can get them from hitting other certain milestones.
So, this is how it was at launch. Okay? 7 going on 8 years ago. It's been a while. And it was so bad. It got to the point where basically people realized one core fundamental issue, which is that if you where'd it go? There we go. If you wanted to level up and be competitive in multiplayer, you had to spend real world money, like you just did. That's just how it worked, because you needed star cards for your characters, and those star cards had actual gameplay affecting benefits and perks. It can make things like your cooldown is greatly decreased for certain hero abilities. So if you're playing as Luke Skywalker, you get the ability to use your power-ups way more frequently if you have the better star cards. Yeah, and it applies to regular enemies or characters in addition to just the heroes and everything. And so it basically broke the game down to a point where people who were willing to spend more money could have what was deemed a competitive advantage. It started a whole like debate and scandal on what is manageable pricing, what's manageable, because there were ways that they balanced it or tried to balance it where like the crafting components were achievable in game. Same with the crates, as they pointed out, you get one when you log in. But most people felt that there was an advantage for spending money that they deemed unfair or unreasonable. And so they caused a bit of a ruckus. I just tried to boot the game and then it just went to black screen. Oh, but I have it on this. It's not on my monitor, but I have it. Huh. My monitor is blank, but the capture card is seeing the game. I think it's because I have to turn off HDR. HDR turns on by default. This was in that era where everybody was trying to push like HDR everything. There we go. Okay, hold on. Borderless. Okay. Maybe. Loading. Okay, okay. Yeah, there we go. I'll set everything to not custom. Ultra. Let's try that. So let me show you. If we like play, I'm just gonna do like single player arcade so I can show you kind of how this worked. Custom arcade. Let's do this. Team battle, Hoth, heroes, expert. Okay, play. Yeah, let me just show you how this works. Okay, because what they did later is that they updated it and then they removed all of the like crazy, overly aggressive monetization, in part because Disney called them up and was like, what on earth are you doing? And actually, I believe it was Belgium threatened to get involved with regulators. It was like an international story at how aggressive and egregious these were. So you see these, like if we have Palpatine, we can go to equip cards. These, they just give you now in the arcade mode, they give you all these cards so you can see what the top version of them are. So star cards can be unlocked by upgrading in the collection menus. Now they just give them all to you, even if you've never played the game before. Two-handed lightning deals bonus damage to enemies that are electrocuted. So you can just like equip that. And then I'm going to equip this one, chain lightning. And then I'm going to equip this one, boom. And then I've just like customized my hero, which is a cool idea and a cool concept. But when they're tied to loot boxes that you can buy, it feels bad. It feels bad. This was the beta. The whole system was changed before the official launch because of the backlash. Yeah, exactly. Like the backlash. I guess if it's the launch of the beta is when it was particularly egregious, and then the feedback was so bad that they walked it back and tried to address it. My understanding is at launch, they still had the problems with loot boxes, and then they stripped the loot boxes. I think it was like 8 to 10 months after is when they fully removed them. After launch, but I don't remember the exact timelines. But they had this so you could work with all of these different. Oh, wait, there he is. I was like, oh no, he's not showing up. There he is. But they had it so you can customize it with all of these different heroes, and then you could hit start, and voila. And the game does look really, really good. I mean, it does. Even today, I think that this looks very, very good. He's on my team. Skadoosh. Gorshin Bond. No, that's a name. Where'd he go? There you go. Voila. But if we go into like the public lobbies, I can show you this. Hold on. Loading. Loading. I don't actually know if it'll let me, but I can try. Need to be online. Connect. It's trying to connect. There we go. Age of Rebellion. So you can pick your era. I'll pick this one. Searching. Actually, I remember this one. We tried it last time. I think we need to do quick match. Otherwise, we won't find. Otherwise, we won't find a match. I think if we try to do anything else, it wasn't working. But I'll do quick match. We'll try that. We'll let it load. We'll see if it can find something. Let's see. Again, there's nothing to spend currency on, so it kind of feels like something is missing. But all the star card BS is now character progression, so playing is enough now. Good time with friends. Yeah, that's what I want to show once we get into a match, and I can show you. Because the arcade mode just has everything, like, just because it's arcade mode, of course. But, looks like we found a match. But now it's been changed. So once we load in, I can kind of elaborate. Okay, so now that we're in a match, we can select which kind of archetype we want. You can see here, if I select these star cards, there's boost cards, ability cards, and things. And so now it's tied to progression, as pointed out with Tommy in chat, where you basically requires heavy level 10. So the more you play with the particular archetype, the more you level up the star cards so that you can either, like, you know, unlock this one, so I can unlock it, confirm, and then I can use that star card. And this works way, way better than, in my opinion, like, than spending money for these. But it also, I think, when you design an entire game around this, I really think that you can't just undo it. Like, you can't just pivot off. When the entire game has been designed around, as they revealed in the beta, selling these star cards to you in gacha packs that you would either earn through in-game, you know, grinding, or you could like buy with real money. Just redoing it doesn't really work that smoothly. It just doesn't. Even if the game itself is really, really good. Ooh, are we already yo-yoing? Okay, I think we're okay. We're okay now. But you can't just like undo that. It doesn't work that way. The game feels really weird and hollow. It's a similar thing that happened with another 2017 game, of course, with Star Wars Jedi, not Star Wars, with Shadow of War, which also was very, very much like designed around monetization. The endgame grind is all completely tied to having legendary orcs. You can technically get them through gameplay, but it is very, very grind heavy in order to get them. I don't know if I can actually cut through that. I'm gonna walk around. Skadoosh. Oh no, okay. But you can see here, so I've been match made with a player that has leveled up star cards. So that does give him an added advantage over like my character, which has the basic level of star cards. I'm going to go here. I don't have any of these, so I just don't get star cards for this. So I just have to select him and start playing. So the more, yeah, I'll load with him. So it's like, I think it works as a game now, but whereas before it just didn't. But it certainly feels a little hollow. Ooh. Because such a core component to the game was stripped out, you know? Like, the game was designed around selling you these star cards, and now that's not there. So it's tied to progression, which again is better than selling it to me, but I think it still just feels very, very weird because it just feels like things aren't really clicking together quite right. Which is why it's so crucial when games are not designed like for total equality across player bases. It doesn't really work when you try to redo it and walk it back. It just doesn't really work, unfortunately. Oh, I can do this. No, I can't. Somebody else picked it. Damn it. Go deeper into my wreckage. What? But I mean, even then, you tell me this game is going on a decade old? That's crazy, dude. But what a colossal waste to have such a remarkable, like, IP and so many assets, but then to screw it up because you were desperately trying to get that, like, easy gotcha money. It's just such a shame. They're all up there. Hold on, guys, I'm coming. I'm coming with my negative KD. I got you. I need to stop talking and just try to play. Come on. Come on, peek it. Oh, come on. Can I go around? Can I flank Big Chungus style? Ooh. There's something scary. What the hell is even that? I did something I didn't understand. Yeah, don't walk out that door. But like, look at this. So he's got all the fully upgraded star cards, which, as you would expect after playing the game a lot, really helps him, you know, perform well. And that's not really a surprise. You'd kind of expect it if that's tied to progression. But it can make it kind of frustrating because if you're bouncing into this game for the first time after, you know, you've just heard, oh, maybe it's worth a shot. It can make it really frustrating when you pop in and like these characters have crazy fast recharges on stuff because they just have the better star cards. Dude, I was trying to slide cancel, which I should totally be allowed to do. Oh no, I wanted to load with him. Damn it. But it is a shame because they screwed this up so badly that EA basically did nothing else with the Battlefront license for years, and it was just such a waste because the IP is so phenomenal, and they just totally wasted it. Totally wasted it. There's a freaking Jedi. Guys, we screwed. We screwed, fam.
We have them.
Checks out. Starting off this game, you probably best start with the computer. Yeah, I think you can have a really good time with it. Again, like you can have a lot of fun with it. It's just you know, there's people that the hardcore people have been playing this forever. You know, they've been playing it since launch, and so they have fully leveled up everything, and they're very, very good at it. They understand that, they know the maps very, very well. And because there's not really enough players to keep the game alive, like with more casual players, you just end up with a very, very focused and concentrated player base where there's not a whole lot of diversity and skill, you know. It's very, very focused and very polarized. Yeah, worth a shot. That's good. But it will surprise you how many people you'll play and pop into this with who are playing with like fully leveled up characters. It's pretty wild because they've been playing forever and they just have the fully leveled up characters, and that's just what they do. You know, this is their bread and butter. Come on. Come on. I swear, some people just like pop down from the ceilings. Oh, it's a Jedi! Who let the Jedi in here? Dude, he's just bouncing around. Darth Vader, I'm gonna need you to figure your stuff out as I'm adjusting my audio. I get jumped. Was robbed. But anyway, it's nice to see that people are trying the game again, especially included in Game Pass. I imagine the numbers are actually pretty solid with how many people they have in here. I have to think. Oh, that's cool. Come on. Throw it right in the middle of everybody. That's the key. Throw it right amongst your friends. Not an explosive barrel. Blank! I finally got revenge. He's the guy that jumped me. Oh! I leveled up, so now I can get more star cards. I can do it. How long until EA makes a Star Wars extraction shooter? Dude, they were gonna do a Titanfall one. They were kind of on their way. Because that's like sci-fi extraction shooter. So it's like similar. Mad Izzy twins got me. It's like kind of similar, you know? Sith Trooper super OP. Star Wars Tarkov could be cool, but not if EA does. I mean, you could do like... You could do something with it, surely. You could do something with it. I don't know, but you'd have to play as like... The problem with extraction shooters, you have to play like a K-Vest kind of character. You have to play like a scoundrel outlaw. And I don't know how well that works. Because like part of Star Wars is the conflict between the Empire and the Resistance and everything. And it's like, so do you just play as like maybe rebels stealing from the Empire from various outlets and areas? I will say the exposure blowout makes it really tough to see anything. Because this was in the era where they really wanted you using HDR for everything. And so it's like really aggressive on the blowout. Dude. But yeah, there's probably a way to do it. It's just, it's tricky because anytime somebody sees it, they're like, oh, you made a Star Wars game. Okay. Is it anything like, you know, a narrative game? Do I get to explore something like the movies? Nope. It's an extraction shooter. Oh. I don't know. It's amazed me how quickly people have already started to like get burnt out on the extraction shooter meta. It's really, really amazing to me. Like, I don't know. When you do it well, like in Arc Raiders, people eat it up, but you got to do it well. Shocker, right? Like that's the key. Oh, I didn't mean to do that. But that's the tricky bit. And doing something well is expensive and time consuming, and developers and executives don't love that. Dude, I can't see shit. Can't see nothing. Heroic sacrifice, you're damn right. Let's go back in with our red raspberry looking dude. We're stuck in overtime and we're probably gonna lose, I think. Oh, no, not like this. That's not roll. That's not roll. I thought that was roll. I don't remember what button it is. My bad. My bad. Sorry, fam. Nope, didn't mean to do that. God damn it. I should look up the buttons before we do this. That was a mistake. Yeah, sorry, fam. We might be screwed.
In position at these exits. Sentry guns charged. Do not let them push through. Do not let them escape. New ally on site. The resistance should be afraid.
There was
East exit secured. Watch them scurry.
Oh, come on. Hey, we lost. We lost. It's okay though. I didn't really mean for that match to go on that long. I was gonna hop in and then hop out, but I felt bad leaving in the middle of a match. I'm so tempted to buy it, dude. It's like, it's not bad. It's just, it's such a shame that it took them like so many years to get it to a decent spot. Oh look, I have a crate. See, there's still some remnants of the old way. Like, see, it's not a loot box. It's just, you know exactly what it is. It's a victory pose. Sure, I'll equip it. I don't know what it is, but sure. It's just, why can't they get it right the first time? You know? Is it really that hard? Just do it right the first time. Don't waste years and millions upon millions of dollars on nonsense, you know? Ooh. Ronan just tagged us. Ubisoft should have canceled Beyond Good and Evil 2 and used assets to make Star Wars Outlaws. I don't know, man. They've spent so much time and so much money on that. It's either going to be like the most incredible thing ever or total utter garbage. But when it launches, I mean, it'll at least be a fun day. Can't wait to see it. But anyway, if they weren't so predatory with monetization, Battlefront 2 would have been great. Yeah, well, that's the thing is when it came out, the initial trailers and everything, people were so stoked on it because it looked really, really good. It looked really, really good. It was only with how they screwed up the monetization that caused people to lose their minds. Like Battlefront 2 gameplay trailer, 22 million views. People ate it up because it looked great. And it did. It looked like Star Wars Battlefield, which is exactly what people always wanted. But then they couldn't just let a good thing be a good thing. They had to ruin it with monetization. And then by the time they fixed it, everybody had moved on. You know? Just such a waste. This trailer released today would still pop off. People would love this. But they just couldn't take it. Real quick. New mini segment. Zuby Tech posted, and thank you, Ronan, for tagging me. Zuby Tech posted, studio head and head of creative at Naughty Dog, Neil Druckmann, said, quote, "There's another game that's being worked on at Naughty Dog." What?
And then, you know, there's another game that's being worked on at Naughty Dog where I'm more of a producer role and I get to mentor and watch this other team and give feedback and be like the executive in the room. I enjoy all those roles. And the fact that I jump between one to the next, it makes my job very exciting and always feeling fresh. I'm never bored. And then, you know, there's another game that's being worked on at Naughty Dog where I'm more of a producer role and I get to mentor and watch this other team and give.
Yeah, we didn't know about that. I mean, we knew that they were working on other stuff. There was the one guy who was the former director of the Avengers game, and he was working on something, and that got canceled earlier this year. But he says there's something else they're doing, which might be like a Lost Legacy style game, which is just tighter in scope, or who knows? Maybe that's the Uncharted project that's been rumored. Maybe it's also a new IP. Who knows? I don't know. Interesting. New little tidbit. I wonder what it would be. I'm more shocked at how dirty the office is. Like, bro, you're like the head of a company and it's a little disheveled in there. What's going on? Also, he has a guitar. That's very funny to me. That's very, very artsy fartsy. I'm just going to bring my guitar into work. Just lighten up the studio with a little music. I'll just go sit outside the programmers' cubicles and I'll just, give them a little something to think about musically. Just, brighten their day a little bit. Or darken it. Sometimes it's important to feel dark emotions too. we just do that? Disheveled workspaces are a sign of intelligence, Luke. Oh, is that what we're saying now? Oh. Oh. Crap. Dude, he should have a golf club in there. That would actually be unironically hilarious. That would be really funny. If I were him, I would. Just to troll people. That'd be really funny. Oh, man. Let's see. Where did I go? You mentioned the most downvoted Reddit post ever. Oh, was that the Battlefront 2 one? Was that also Battlefront 2? I thought that it was beaten after that. I don't remember. It's been a minute. That's funny. It was. Okay. With them being like, we're sorry. We're sorry. Oh, right. Right. Here, Jacob, you can stitch this on. Seriously, I paid $80. The most. Okay, I should give a little context. So yeah, so we played Battlefront 2. We're like blah 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 blah. But unfortunately, the legacy of Star Wars Battlefront 2 for most people is just going to be the most downvoted Reddit post of all time. This person said, seriously, I paid $80 for like the deluxe whatever edition to have Vader locked. This is a joke. I'll be contacting EA support for a refund. I can't even play effing Darth Vader. Disgusting. This age of microtransactions has gone way too far. Leave it to EA, though, to stretch the boundaries. And so EA's community team was like, you know what? We need to explain this to people. This is similar in tone to like the Starfield. When astronauts went to the moon, they weren't bored type of response. They said, the intent is to provide players with a sense of pride and accomplishment for unlocking different heroes, because previously they were locked in or behind paywalls. As for cost, we selected initial values based on data from the open beta and other adjustments made to milestone rewards before launch. Among other things, we're looking at average per player credit earn rates on a daily basis, and we'll be making constant adjustments to ensure that players have challenges that are compelling, rewarding, and of course, attainable via gameplay. We appreciate the candid feedback and the passion the community has put forth around the current topics here on Reddit, our forums, and across numerous social media outlets. Our team will continue to make changes and monitor community feedback and update everyone as soon as and as often as we can. The most downvoted post in Reddit history. That's fantastic. Okay, that's pretty freaking hilarious. And again, it's just even more baffling because they went from a trailer that everybody thought looked great, that people were eating up, super excited for. People like, yeah, give me this. Injected in my veins. 22 million views. Man. After watching this trailer for the billionth time, I still can't get over the fact that EA just left this game in the dust. Yeah, I will never forgive EA for just leaving this game when it was at its peak. I mean, they screwed it up with the initial launch and everything. They lost the players, and so it didn't make sense monetarily to keep putting a lot of effort into it. So they just moved on, and it's such a waste. Such a waste. Because it had so much potential. It could have been amazing. And even now, I think it's good, especially if you get it through Game Pass. I think it's good. But this single-handedly, like, just will be the lasting legacy of the game, unfortunately. It's so bad. It's the pride and accomplishment part that does it. Yeah, dude. I mean, it's like, yeah, we understand you bought this game for $80 and you're frustrated that you still can't play as Darth Vader. You have to spend more money or grind for him. But the intent, really, you should actually like it because it's going to give you a sense of pride and accomplishment. It's just, screw you, dude. Like, what do you mean? Are you kidding me? But like I said, it's the same vibe. It's like, hey, going to random planets in Starfield is boring. Oh, well, when astronauts went to other planets, or not other planets, to the moon, they weren't bored. So it sounds like a you problem. That's the same thing as this. You don't like that you have to pay extra for Darth Vader? Okay, it's a you problem. You don't like pride and accomplishment? Loser. It's just so dumb. It's so dumb. Oh, what a waste. What a waste. But yeah, it's important for people to remember that that's why it is the way it is, you know? Because they were actually in space. I know, dude. I know. Watch Intergalactic flop. And the people that are familiar with Intergalactic claim that it actually is like quite impressive, that there actually is something pretty crazy going on. We just don't know. We do know that Neil has compared it to Elden Ring, and other people in leaks have compared it to Elden Ring. So it might just be a Naughty Dog scale game with like melee combat, and it tries to approach similar layout as Elden Ring, which could be interesting. I don't know. I get the feeling it'll be great. People will just like to hate on things. Oh, it's going to have a hate campaign against it. Whether it's justified or not remains to be seen. But it's going to be toxic as hell to talk about for sure. Yeah. Minos the Cat, also thank you for the super chat. And for the other super chat, let's see. Ubisoft should have canceled Beyond Good. Oh, I read that one. Yeah, canceled it and focused on Star Wars Outlaws. If that would have helped it, I don't know. I think they just rushed it. I think Star Wars Outlaws needed another like 6 months. It needed some other quality of life things. And there were some weird design choices too. Like they could have had the ability to carry the rifles with you on your speeder bike. They chose not to do that for some reason. And little bitty things like that, where it's just like, I don't know why you chose to do it that way. That I think that was the bad choice. But all across the board, they kept doing little bitty things like that, you know? Let's see. Hey, Luke, what is it about medieval fantasy setting that never seems to lose its appeal in the games industry compared to other genres? I mean, I think there's just some people that like medieval stuff more or fantasy stuff more than sci-fi, and there's people that like sci-fi more than fantasy. It's just different for everybody. But yeah, I think it's not necessarily that it like people burn out on it. I think it's just some people are more like more acclimated in one direction versus the other. Not acclimated, more attuned with it. They have preference one way or another. It's just depends on tastes, I think. AC Shadows should prove you can't trust online hate. Well, it's just, you know, people get blinded by it, and when there's people that pretty transparently are raging about something because they just want to rage about it, not because like they're not. Some of those people that were going after Shadows were bringing up very valid critiques and criticisms that were very justified in bringing up, which is why, you know, they were brought up by other people too. But then, you know, there were other instances where these people are like raging and ranting against it, and then the game launches, they play it, get the platinum, and are like, yeah, it's pretty good. It's like, okay, so like you were never about this like cultural crusade. You were just doing it because that's what got you the clicks. Like, if you want to have an honest discussion over like the game or certain elements of the game, I'm down. But when it starts to feel like you're just making this content because it's what's getting you clicks right now, like we're not going to take you seriously. You know, there's a couple of those guys that got really triggered that I blocked them on social media because like I just was so fed up with people trying to like just flood my my inbox with their posts and stuff. And I was like, if I don't think that you're engaging in like moderately good faith, if I don't believe that you are actually interested in talking about games, like the game part of the games, then I'm just not that interested, you know? I get games companies are bad, but it's just the game, not based on the company. Yeah, it's just there's very often with every game, there's something valid to critique or bring up and that you can mention and discuss and debate. And I'm down to do that. Like AC Shadow has plenty of problems, far from a perfect game for sure. But some of the stuff that people were bringing up was just such a stretch, and it was so clearly like a desperate attempt to find something to be upset about. And I was like, okay, I think we're getting silly. And it's true of every game. Like you see people do it with like Elden Ring. You see people do it with KCD 2, they were trying to cancel KCD 2. You see people do it all the time. Like they were saying Split Fiction also was going to be garbage. They were going after Doom recently. It's just, at some point when somebody is ranting and raving about every single game, saying that it's some sort of cultural catastrophe, you should pause and really ask yourself if they're actually concerned with the games or not, you know? I don't know. Born of Tongue, so maybe you're the guy who can genuinely do that, but most folks are simply going to call opinions they don't like disingenuous or bad faith. I mean, if you don't know what the words mean, I guess, or if you don't care, ironically, that would be disingenuous. If you're saying something's disingenuous while not caring if it is or not, that is disingenuous. But I think, you know, when you see people that they're framing things one way and they're trying to rant and rave about it, but they don't actually like hold to those beliefs or hold to those opinions. They just do it because it's convenient for the sake of content. That's when like you're probably not going to get taken like super seriously, you know, because they're not really concerned with the actual topic. They just want to rant and rave. You know, and for me, it's usually like the biggest indicator is when there's like clear cut hypocrisy with that stuff. You know, they might love one RPG because of one reason or another, but then they rant and rave about a different RPG or a different game that they're attacking that features the exact same features as that other one. But this one, it's a problem, but it's not a problem in the other one because of reasons like that's usually when you can tell that they're not being like super serious. They're not critically thinking about what they're critiquing. They're just looking for something to be upset about, which is the bigger problem.
Bender the Offender donated $10 through Super Chat.
Thank you, Bender.
I just want to point out that the original Marathon was the game that put Bungie on the map, and now the modern version is the one that breaks them.
It is kind of funny how that's happened. It is kind of funny because it did like way back in the day, like 90s. It was part of what blew them up, and then, you know, pre-Halo, pre-everything. And now they tried to relaunch it as like an easy way to kickstart the extraction shooter thing. It's almost poetic. It's almost poetic. There's no debating rage culture is rampant. Well, and it makes it really tough to discuss much of anything. Like people love to go after and attack things. The problem is that often people turn into hammers in search of a nail. And the problem is when you're a hammer in search of a nail, you start to, like, everything starts to look like a nail. And you know, in some cases you can be right and you smack the crap out of the nail and you got it. Like I think with the Marathon stuff right now, very much deserve, like they deserve the heat they're getting, you know, I think very much. But I think in other cases, like when people were going after, in my opinion, KCD 2, trying to get that game shut down and canceled because, like, if you go through a very particular set of quests in a certain way and then you pursue this one romance, you can have a gay romance. But like, it's woke. It's like, okay, like you're the one that pressed those buttons. You know, like you did that. What? Okay. And then like you're gonna try to destroy this one game and like gin up a bunch of hatred for it because of that, like that one thing in the broader context. Like, what are we doing? Or yeah, there's a guy from Africa in the game, so therefore it's DEI or whatever. It gets to be so stupid. But I think what you've seen is that more broadly there's like this separate bubble of those guys. And they're getting smaller and smaller. I've seen a lot of them have already moved on to like TV shows and movies again. They've stopped talking about games because those videos stopped doing numbers after AC Shadows. And so they're in their own bubble, but I know for a fact that I won't use his name. But there was one of those guys who got very frustrated and upset that he couldn't get a hold of myself or a couple of other gaming YouTubers to do collabs. He's like really frustrated by it. He's like, I feel like nobody takes me seriously. And it's like, yeah, like they don't. That's the problem, is when you like put yourself into this bubble, you shouldn't be surprised when you can't get out of it. And everybody from the other bubble is like, doesn't want anything to do with you, because everything you touch turns into like the biggest drama filled everything, you know? And you know, who knows what'll happen with him if he ends up trying to like rebrand or whatever. I don't know, but I think the major wave of all that has largely started to calm down, but it's also because last year was an election year, and every 4 years or so, these types of cultural issues get really, really exacerbated because of the election, because it's something people talk about in all sorts of different contexts, whether it's the news or, you know, if they're in school, it comes up in school because of, you know, just general political discourse. And so it happens no matter what, but it gets really bad every 4 years. Like every 4 years, almost on the dollar, like every 4 years, it becomes bigger and bigger and bigger. So I can't say I'm like too shocked by it, but it is calming down a lot, I think. It's going to start up next year with midterms. It's specifically when cultural issues are discussed a lot in politics. That's when it tends to get riled up. So it might come up in midterms. I have a feeling, at least in the US, the midterms this time around are not going to focus on cultural issues anywhere near as much as this election did. So I'm hopeful that it won't be as big of a deal with midterms, but it might. I work at a local news station in Albuquerque. We've already had a couple of people come up to our door with evidence of something. People are crazy. With evidence. Yeah. Infinite Silver, thank you for the 5. Thank you. I started gaming when the PS2 came out. For you who are slightly older, was this rage culture always present, or did it come up in the last 10 years? I mean, I think it's always been present. There's always been people that freak out about stuff. I think if anything, it's now just the ability for people to be more concentrated with it. Because you think about it, if you are somebody that like really loves to hate on Starfield, you love to hate on Assassin's Creed, Shadows, you love to hate on Marathon, whatever, you might go and watch a TikTok or a YouTube video about that topic, and then you get fed 5 more, and then 10 more. And pretty soon your entire feed, your entire recommended is nothing but content on that very particular thing, you know, the rage about that topic. And so it becomes a bubble, and kind of a reinforcing bubble, and it grows and grows and grows and stays there, mostly, you know, isolated, but still there. And so I think it's just the nature of social media nowadays. And then people are in those little cocoons and bubbles, and they don't realize that they're in an echo chamber, you know? And then you're really screwed, because then your perception of reality is totally screwed. And you like, we saw it in chat. People would come into chat and just be like, so, you know, X game, pretty horrible, right? It's like, no, that was like good or pretty good. It wasn't a masterpiece, but it was fine. And it's like the brains break, because they've for months and months not heard an altering opinion. They've been in that same echo chamber forever, you know? And it makes it hard to have like valuable conversations and discourse, because even now, like if I want to critique or talk about AC, like Assassin's Creed in general, unfortunately, like if I start to bring up Assassin's Creed, some people brace, because they're like, oh God, is he one of those? Is he one of those AC Shadows haters that hates it for cultural reasons? It's like, no, I'm talking about the video game like structure. Like I want to talk about how they design the NPCs patrolling on the walls. Like I want to talk about that. Oh, okay. Like that. I like playing video games. I want to talk about the video game part of it. I'm not particularly interested in like broader cultural minutia, I'll let other people do that. I'm not that interested. But once that like gaming discourse gets infected with that type of framing, it gets really, really hard to talk about much of anything, I've had similar experiences in some of the comment sections of your videos. Some people just can't fathom that that I like games that are considered bad. Yeah, which is fine. We were just talking about earlier, like I said, Vampire is a really weird novelty game. It's very, very different, and it has chunks of it that I would consider like objectively bad, that are just not good, that could be fixed. But I still like that game. I still go back and play it every few years, like just to pop back in and get reminded of little bitty things, just to see. It's probably more than every few years. It's been a while, but I pop back in every once in a while, play a little bit of it. But I think that's also the other piece of it, is that things have gotten really polarized, where people think it's either a masterpiece or it's garbage, and that's not true. Like there are 8 out of 10s that are very good, just have some big core things that could be tweaked or changed, but are still worth playing. There are 7 out of 10s that I like and that are worth playing. There's even a couple 6 out of 10s that at the right price point I think are worth checking out. But unfortunately, like there's no room for nuance anymore. And part of it is that games are so expensive and everything's over monetized, and people, their incomes haven't raised, so people have to be more picky with their money, which of course is understandable. But
Jimbo 404 donated $10 through Super Chat. I feel like every gamer should watch Nikki Jakey's video essay on the 7/8 out of 10 games.
Yeah. I think I've watched that. Nikki Jakey's like 7 out of 10 video. Yeah, it's something that I think is people. It's also been a wake up call to some big companies like Ubisoft. Ubisoft have historically been kind of the masters of the 7 or 8 out of 10 games. Make big 8 out of 10 junk food games, and it's kind of like it's like Taco Bell. Is anybody going to say Taco Bell is a 10 out of 10? Probably not. But damn, sometimes Taco Bell sounds real good, and you're eating it and you're like, this is garbage. And I can't stop. And I love it. But it's still worth getting. It's still good sometimes. I love it. When I'm drunk, Taco Bell is 10 out of 10. Yeah, I guess that should be a little asterisk. When sober. How would you rate Taco Bell? When sober. But like, there are some games that are Taco Bell games, they're not masterpieces. They're not something you would go and sit down at a nice restaurant for to get a quesarito, but damn, sometimes it hits, and that's okay. That's good. That's good. That's okay. I want to play good games. I'm not trying to be forced political ideologies from both sides. Well, and I think it's the one thing that some people forget is like, a lot of us play video games to escape reality. We don't want to be reminded of it constantly in every facet of our lives. Like during the election, when I'm booting up a video game, I'm not booting up the video game to get reminded of the current political discourse. I want to escape it because it's everywhere. And I just don't want to think about it anymore. I just want to play a game, And it's like, shocker, when like we're trying to talk about video games and you just start bringing up like all these different political things. Like, I'm just not that interested. I want to play my video games. Can we just not right now? But anyway, I think you were able to tell a lot in the last, year or so, how people handled all of this stuff and handled it was a lot of it was spearheaded by AC Shadows, but a lot of it's slowed down. I wish I had bookmarked the post, because there was one of those guys that was complaining recently about his views being down, and he's like, YouTube is shadow banning all of us who talked about these issues and how woke the game industry was becoming and all that. It's like, no, people just got bored and stopped watching. Like, it's not that crazy. It's just how it works. But, and to be clear, it goes both sides. Like, it's a pendulum that swings. Like this past year, it was every single game is a coded political statement. Every game is woke, whatever. And in years past, it's been every game is actually a sexist piece of garbage. And every game, like back in like the 2014, 15, 16 era, every game was like that. And it was the other side of the pendulum swing, you know? So it's sort of a cyclical thing. Every few years, it kind of goes back and forth. I just don't want to deal with it. I just want to play good video games, you know? I just want to play games. Oh, but I think we at least have a few years where we can just have games and talk about games and play games. I guess sort of the political gaming issue is like the tariffs and the effect of that on console sales and stuff. I guess that probably is part of it. And the price increases is another part of it, but whatever. Let's see. I read those. Okay. Also, Zeke, thank you for the sub. Sorry, I got distracted. I got started going down the rabbit hole. And then Michael GTG, thank you for the resub over on Twitch as well. They cleaned the game up, had regular cool content updates, new maps, heroes, but they just abandoned it without crossplay for Battlefield. I always wanted to play the game, but I had terrible internet for prime time, and now the game is basically dead. Yeah, Battlefront. Yeah, it really is too bad. But I mean, it also is like 7 going on 8 years old. It's a long time for a game. Servers are still up. They do have a good arcade mode. They do have a good or semi-good campaign. It's pretty short, but still. So at least it's not like an always online, you know, when it's dead, it's totally dead kind of thing. And then Cool Master Manga also, thank you. I might have shouted that one out already. I don't remember. Thank you. Battlefront came and went. Yeah. The extremes of the left and the right are out of their minds. I don't watch any content from those YouTubers anymore. I mean, I think everybody's just generally started to burn out. But it also happens again with elections. Everything becomes super top of mind. Everybody talks about it, is going down the rabbit holes like crazy. And then it's over. People kind of accept, okay, it is what it is. And they move on with their lives. And that's good. It's okay. IROXZ, thank you. 19 months. Oh, baby. Oh, baby. I think Naughty Dog is turning into a politically polarizing studio. I don't know if they are turning. They might have already turned into it, just not intentionally, I don't think. But if you ask the people who are like really anti Neil Druckmann, I think that there's a strong correlation with certain political perspectives for sure. I think there's a good amount of overlap there. Okay. Why did I talk about Taco Bell? Now I'm hungry. Damn it. Infinite Silver, thank you for the 10. It's going to read it in a second.
Infinite Silver donated $10 through Super Chat.
Thank you.
Do you think Ubisoft waited too long to drop a Japanese AC game? Sucker Punch has the Ghost series and do it so much better with respect at that. If Shadows dropped during peak Ubisoft, it'd be better?
Yeah, I think so. And I mean, the only reason we didn't get it sooner was because there was one guy, forgive me, I can't remember his name, but there was one guy who used to be the decision maker at Ubisoft that basically gave the green light to projects and would decide when something was being made and when something wasn't. And he was the guy that said no to a female protagonist. He said no to a Japanese Assassin's Creed game. Like, he turned down a lot of things that they would like eventually go on to do. But he was booted out right around the time of Odyssey. I think it was like 2019, 2020, sometime in there. It's like the Me Too era, because he was accused of, I think he was accused of a bunch of misconduct and stuff. So yeah, it's I think it was basically him that caused the delay. And then, they go back to it. And the devs were excited to do it, but I think, Shadows was held back by being rushed. And for the love of God, it needed more motion capture and more lively cutscenes and stuff. Sometimes it was just so dry. So dry. He's actually back. What, is that his brother? Was it his brother? I thought it was somebody else. Is it his I thought it was a separate guy. Because I know Yves Guillemot's brother is coming back, but I don't know if he's the guy I'm thinking of that was the decision maker. It was the brother? Okay. I might have some research to do. Not 100% sure, but I thought it was. I'll have to dig into it. I'm not sure. It's been a while. I can't remember the guy's name. I didn't think it was the brother, but maybe it was. I don't know. Bizarre. The dude about no female leads was Ubisoft's CFO. You'll have to look it up. He gave us Black Flag in Origins, though. I mean, yeah, it's. But if we're specifically talking about the Japanese setting, that's why we didn't get it. He thought it was too. He thought it was too predictable. It was too. Yeah, it was too obvious. Sergei Heskyote. They've been arrested following a year-long investigation into claims of sexual assault and harassment. Jesus. Yeah, his nickname was Sergei Women Don't Sell. Heskyote. Whoa. For those who didn't know, he is the sexist POS. That's the reason Ubisoft never fully committed to a female character, even though devs and writers wanted to, because quote-unquote women don't sell. Also, one of the people responsible for Ubisoft's descent into mediocrity. Ever wonder why Ubisoft got the reputation of its games following the same formula of being too repetitive and bloated? It's because Sergei thought storytelling was overrated and every game needed to be stretched out as possible, so he pushed that vision onto every Ubisoft IP he could. Dude was a repulsive person and a hack who only lasted as long as he did because he was friends with the CEO. Jesus. That's what that guy said. Okay. Well, I didn't know he was arrested too. I mean, there you go. I have it pulled up in another tab. I'll have to keep digging. That guy, I don't think is back. The brother is back, but I don't think he's back. But anyway. Well, fam, we've accidentally been going for close to 5 hours. Oops. But I'm glad to be back. I'm glad to be here rocking and rolling with you guys. I'm going to go check on the doggy, and I'm going to go check on the kids and the missus and get some food. I also have to film something, so we'll do that. Thank you so much for hanging out with me, for being wonderful, fantastic people. Thank you for the amazing support. Twitch and YouTube, you guys are all amazing, and I appreciate you. DK Player, thank you also for subbing over on Twitch as well. But yeah, you guys are fantastic. I'll be back Wednesday, rocking and rolling. You better believe it. Who knows? Maybe we'll have some news, something exciting to share. We'll see. Until next time, my friends, much love. Get in the Discord if you became a member on the stream, gifted or otherwise. Glad to have you over there. Much love. See you soon. Hugs and kisses. Bye-bye.